All right, high income copywriters. What is going on? And please let me know in the Discord chat if you can hear me loud and clear. So I know you can hear me. Yes. So of course, my name is Tina Leader. Just waiting for a few people to roll in. Roll in. I feel, yes, I see the numbers going up. Great job on the attendance, by the way. Keep it going, keep it going. Class number 6, it is happening, and it is happening extremely fast. So yes, tag anybody who you do not see in the chat. And of course, chat is always in Discord, so please go into Discord. Do we have Sergeant Desmond, Executive Director of Dan Locke on?
You certainly do, Tina.
Ooh.
And welcome back, HIC. This is week number 6, brought to you none other by the high-income copywriter of Dan Locke's team. All right, copywriters, who's excited? We are, wow, it's going by really fast, Tina.
Yes.
And I know as much as a lot of us are digesting so much information, there is a tendency to also feel a bit overwhelmed. And so, I'm just going to raise my hand and say, I did feel a bit overwhelmed with some of the information, and I had a lot of questions coming through. So have you as well felt, overwhelmed? Have you felt a little bit confused? And if you have, don't feel shy. Don't feel embarrassed. Just type in the chat, say yes. All right. Well, I'm seeing the chat already go up.
A lot of yeses.
Now, one thing that we know, and I know, as Ed comes on, as Peter comes on, as Steven comes on, Blake come on, they're going to talk a lot about this overwhelm. Tina, you and I have also experienced overwhelm many times being around Sifu. Was that a bad thing, being overwhelmed?
No, because what does overwhelm mean? Type in the chat.
We're growing. That's right. We're growing. And a bit of it's that lower self. So I just want to also let each and every one of you know this, especially it's weird, maybe because I'm 42 years old now. And as you're listening to this, some of the wisdom of just seeing things over the years and being around Sifu, every single time I've noticed this with all the AAA players and the people that are trying to do something bigger and better. Whenever you're trying to do that with your life, what happens is life gets back at you. If you've ever seen Sifu Dan Locke's TEDx talk, he talks about that temperature as you're trying to rise, as you're trying to get to a higher level, life wants to bring you back down to that lower level. Now, I know most of you, in fact, all of you by now should be at a much higher level. In fact, I'm talking about some very basic things here, which I'm sure each and every one of you have already started to overcome. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Now, obviously, I was planting that thought there for you. Don't worry if you haven't already adjusted. It does take a bit of time. And the strangest things are going to happen to you. You're probably going to find out that people are coming at you. Accidents might happen. You might be getting sick. It's all that self-sabotage that's getting away. So, I just want you to know that you're not alone. You have a family. If ever you are going through a bit of that funk, you can always lean on the family. We're here for you. Tina, the community, your fellow brothers and sisters in the High Income Copywriter Facebook group, we're there for you. But I'm going to encourage you, if you ever go through a moment like that, write out what's going through your mind. Go through and write something out because it's cathartic. And you'll actually notice when you feel overwhelmed, if you actually write things out, you'll realize it's actually not that much. And that you can actually just kind of knock them off one at a time. So that's just my tip of the day for each and every one of you. Let's get the class started because there's so much information that's going to be very, very powerful and help each and every one of you. So if you can just implement just even a couple of these tips and strategies, your life is going to be a lot better. You can always come back, catch the recordings, and then again, level up and get better more and more. So don't try to get on the first round. Just try to take what you can and then move forward. Tina, let's get the class started. Everyone, put your hands together in the high income copywriter manner that you always do. Bring the energy, get onto your feet, put your hands together, and let's kickstart the High Income Copywriter Week 6.
Woo! HIC.
Who's ready?
For class? Oh, man, we have a good week ahead of us here, Peter.
Oh, I know. Who is ready for another week of a dope class? Put dope in the chat.
Dope. Oh, man, this is going to be a really good one.
Dude, now I kind of want to get like a T-shirt with just dope on the front.
Yo, put on the Dan
That'd
Lok
be
shop.
Oh, okay. Yo. That's a little surprise.
Peter, can we
Like I
not?
get to later.
Do we have to keep teasing our students like this?
Okay. We'll just wait like 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, income copywriters. This week, we're going to be talking about something very, very interesting. All right. This is something that Ed, Blake, they spend most of their days in the weeds in. It's something that most copywriters aren't even, they're aware of it, but they're not aware of how bad they are at it. All right.
And if they are aware, Peter, they have no idea what to do.
And today we're going to make sure you're not one of those. All right. So today we're going to be learning how to write $1 million scalable copy without hyped up or exaggerated claims, and how to generate tons of revenue for you and your clients with Facebook. Who's excited?
It's a good one.
Yes.
Whew.
Blake,
Now,
yeah, you
this
guys have
is-
anything to say?
This is not something that a lot of people are even aware of, because as Sifu says, you truly don't know what you don't know. And scalable copy is one of those things that a lot of copywriters and businesses and clients will go, oh, why are my ads not getting approved on Facebook? Why are my accounts getting shut down? And then they look in all the wrong places. They simply do not know about scalable copy. So they keep writing the same ads, they keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and nothing ever comes from it. And eventually their entire Facebook advertising account gets shut down and they can no longer advertise. They're banned from advertising on Facebook. Could you imagine what that would do for someone's business? How horrible is that? However, if you can be the copywriter who can write scalable copy, who can help a business scale, how much do you think that would be worth to them? How much would that separate you from other copywriters out there? How much more money would you make if you could write compliant, scalable copy when your competition doesn't even know it exists? Put it in the chat. That's the power of scalable copy. It's game over.
Oh, I got a interesting analogy I want to share here, Ed. Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So over the weekend, I was watching this show called, it's not an anime this time. It's called Narcos. Does anyone know what Narcos is? Nope. Yes. Nope. Yes. Okay. So for people who don't know what Narcos is, it's a TV show focused on this man named Pablo Escobar. Right? Now, Pablo Escobar, he's in the history, he's one of the richest people. He's based out of Colombia, and he runs this secret drug trade. And the entire show is all about the drug DEA agents in US trying to figure out what Pablo Escobar is doing. And just to give you a context of how rich Pablo Escobar was at the time, if he pulled together all his money and resources, he could have single-handedly eliminated the entire Colombian nation's debt. Think about that. Imagine one person could eliminate all of US debt. How rich is that? All right. But there's one part in the show where Pablo Escobar, because he's a drug dealer, drug trader, he killed one of the politicians to send a message. But when you kill a politician, you get hunted. Police are after you. So because he did that, he was ran out of the country of Colombia. He had to go, he's exiled, he had to go somewhere else. And he was just on hunt. He couldn't come out. And he had all this money in the world, but he couldn't use it anywhere. Because if he did, he would get caught. Officials around the world would know where he is. They would show up, they would arrest him. And he has all the money in the world, but he can't use it. Now, let's say if you had $1 million, but you couldn't spend a single dime of it. How would you feel? Yeah. Now, imagine you're a business owner. You have a great product. You know it sells. You know it helps lives. You know it transforms people. But you can't run ads to it. You can't make money. You have all this potential. But for some unknown reason, you can't market it. That's the exact same feeling business owners have when they can't run ads. That's the exact same feeling we had when our ads were shut down. Because we knew we had a great product. We knew we had a great program. But for unknown reasons, we got shut down. And we had to figure it out through trial and error. Blake had to fly down to Facebook headquarters, and we had to work with experts all around the world, the biggest experts on Facebook, to figure out what was happening. So the information you get here is not in a textbook, it's not in a course. Only people who are high level enough, people who have spent enough ads, people who have marketed enough to experience this, they are the only ones who know what's going on. So today what you're about to get, it's something you literally can't find anywhere else. All right. So if you're excited, if you're ready to learn, put "I'm ready" in the chat.
I think they're ready, Pete.
Boom. Let's go. As always, we are joined today by the handsome Blake, Ed, Steven, and me, Peter. Blake, do you have anything to share about today's content?
Well, first, I want to double check that my mic is a little bit better now.
Ooh, yeah, you sound silky smooth.
Okay, perfect. So, honestly, we talk about this stuff on a daily basis. It's a constant evolutionary process. And when Peter started off this class by letting you guys know that most people have no idea how to do this, we're not talking about entry-level copywriters. We're not talking about, people who've been around for a little while. We're talking about even the most elite copywriters are struggling because their copy is no longer relevant, and we need to take the principles and the foundations of the masters of copy and apply it to what we call compliant and scalable copy. And that's what we're going to show you how to do tonight.
Perfect. Ed, anything to add?
I was on a call today with some people I'm in a copywriting mastermind with, and a lot of them are very high-level copywriters. They're all writing copy for 7, 8, and 9-figure businesses. Some of them freelance copywriters making 20 to 40K a month. Some of them business owners and entrepreneurs. And we were all talking about compliance, and very few of them knew very much at all about compliance. All they knew was they were stuck not being able to scale. Their ads kept getting shut down and they didn't know why. So, and by the way, this is a mastermind that you have to invest, I believe, roughly 30K a year to be in. So these are some high level people with 7, 8, and 9-figure businesses, and they can't write scalable copy, and they are desperate for copywriters who can write scalable copy.
Ooh, that sounds juicy. All right, thank you, Ed. Steven, do you have anything you want to share?
Yeah, this is just a really, really important. Even myself, I have to admit, it's pretty tough, and you'll see why really quickly. We'll get into it right now, but this is very, very important because if you screw this up for your client, like you're in trouble. Let's just put it that way. And but we'll get into it.
All right, let's get into it.
Let's get a move on.
All right, first, did you guys do the email assignments from last week? I've been seeing some good posts. I'm seeing some very interesting posts in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, landing page assignments, email assignments. Liked it. What was your favorite type of email to write? Put it in the chat. Nice. A lot of different answers.
It's a good mix.
Yes.
It looks like story might be the winner though.
Ooh,
Cry
a
during
lot of good storytellers in here.
Christian, if you
Yes.
cried while you wrote the story, that ad will probably do better. Just from the empathy that comes through the writing.
That's true.
Yes, that's a great point I want to share, but that's not in the slides today. All right. If you feel something when you're writing, that emotion transfers to the person you're writing to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's called the law of emotional transference. Whatever you feel, they will feel. It's the same principle in public speaking. If whatever you're feeling is intense, the audience is going to feel it too. Right? That also means if you feel like you're writing and it's really logical and you don't feel much, that usually means the audience is not going to feel that much either. Right? So this is what we were talking about. Musifu was saying, you got to develop that golden gut. You got to be able to feel your own emotions well, because that's an indicator of what your reader is going to be feeling. Okay, that's what I want to share. Anything to add, Ed?
No,
Okay.
man. I got nothing. Let's keep going.
let's keep rocking. Let's keep rocking. And it's 6 weeks into the program, guys. Let me ask you, are you starting to see the world differently? Are you starting to see the principles of copywriting in everyday life? Not just in the ads you see every day. Right? You might see it on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, maybe even in your life with your loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are you thinking differently too? Are you solving problems with a new lens, a new scope, a new way of looking at things? Even in like your day-to-day conversations and how you speak to people, are you starting to see how everything around you is copy? How everything that everybody says, every piece of word, every single thing is copy. Every interaction, every ad you see, every Facebook post, every Instagram post, every YouTube video, every script, talking to people in person, talking to your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your spouse, your loved one, everything is copywriting. And here's the funny thing. Just like a fish doesn't know what's in water, people don't know they're surrounded by copy. And when you're able to recognize what it is and how to manipulate it and understand it, that's just like Neo seeing the Matrix. And eventually you'll start to even see more things differently as you grow on this journey with us, with HIC. And things will never be the same for you. Guaranteed.
And Neo is cool. I want to be Neo. Seeing the Matrix, instead of being the consumer who's constantly being pulled in different directions, you're now in control. You're the one pulling the strings. You're the one who sees the code. You're the one who can create opportunity. Instead of being at the mercy of forces you don't understand, now you are the master of your own destiny, slowly. And if you guys right now, if you're overwhelmed, if you're lagging behind in homework assignments, if you feel like your writing is still not there yet, it's okay. Sometimes people take more time to process and to learn things than others. That's okay. Let me ask you a question. Does it matter if you get good in copywriting in 7 weeks or 9 weeks? If it's a 2-week difference, does it actually matter if you take longer? No. It doesn't matter at all, because in the end, you will still get there. And I think I shared this story in one of the classes already, but my first copywriting coach, when I gave her my first sales letter, she looked at it for like 5 seconds, and she looked at me and she said, "Is English your second language?" So I didn't get off to a very good start. It took me a while, but I'm better than where I was before, right? Still a lot to go, but let's keep going.
Hey, Peter.
Yeah.
Did we share the story of the rock cutter?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Want to share it?
oh. Well, you wouldn't want to hear, would you?
Yeah, I don't.
So, the story of the rock cutter is an important lesson that I personally remember when I feel like I am not feeling motivated to do what I do, or I feel like I'm not making an impact, or my habits are not actually moving me towards my goal. Like maybe you are hand copying every single day, but your lower self goes, why am I doing this? I don't see any difference. I don't see any results. Things don't look any different in my life. I'm not getting any better. You could be hand copying for 30 minutes to 4 hours a day. Doesn't matter. The lower self sneaks in. So the story of the stone cutter is very simple. It's this. There's a stone cutter, and his goal is to break the stone. He's got a big, large stone in front of him, and he's got a big hammer. And there's a spectator watching him, probably you. And you're watching him swing away at the rock. Bang, right on top of the stone. Bang, right on top of the rock. Bang, and you keep hitting the stone as hard as he can. He's never giving up. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. And you're thinking, when is this guy going to quit? He keeps hitting the rock, but nothing changes. Why doesn't he give up? There's not even making a dent in the rock. The rock is not even, there's not even a hairline fracture in the rock. But the stone cutter, he keeps hitting it. He keeps hitting it. He keeps hitting it. So 60, 70, 80. And you think by this point, God, this guy is dumb. He's not even making a dent in it. What's the point? The stone is not even moving. Not even a single chip is gone. And he hits it again. 90, 91, 92. Oh my God, when is he going to be done? 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. After 100 times, nothing has changed. Not a single thing has changed after 100 hits to this big rock. And you think, God, this guy's crazy. But the 101, that extra one, the entire rock splits in half, right down the middle. Right down the middle. The rock cutter, he knows. He knows it doesn't take one swing to split the rock in half. Doesn't take two. Doesn't take 3, 4, 5, 10, 30, 50, or 80. If you're a rock cutter, are you going to keep swinging until the rock splits in half? Or are you going to give up after 20 times? You go, you know what? Maybe I wasn't born to be a rock cutter. Maybe I wasn't born to, hold a hammer. Maybe I was meant to do something else. Maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'm not strong enough. Or maybe this just isn't for me. So maybe you're thinking, you know what? Maybe I'm not meant to be a high-income copywriter. Maybe I'm not meant to make six figures. Maybe I'm not meant to have more, be more, and do more, and give more. You're swinging that hammer every single day. You do your creed. You handwrite your creed. You handwrite proven sales letters. You do the homework. You show up to class every single day. You're hitting that rock with your hammer. Just keep on swinging. Just keep on swinging. You never know when that rock is finally going to split in half. You got to trust the process. Every single day, you keep on swinging. It doesn't matter if it looks like nothing is happening. You trust the process. You trust Sifu. You trust the high-income copywriting team. You just keep swinging. You just keep swinging. Doesn't matter if it looks like you're not getting anywhere. Like we talked about in one of our recent classes, the results will be so big that you can't ignore it. It'll be small, minor little increments, just getting better and better here and there. Just 1% improvements until eventually the results are too big to ignore.
Boom. That was a great story. I think it's like the 101 punch rock cutter.
Dude, if you're punching rocks with your fist, that's a whole level of savagery I don't even understand.
You keep punching until it breaks. You don't stop, man. All right.
That's right.
Okay. Good. Boom. I want to share some wins in the community. All right. This is Elias Nunez Morales. Boom. Today, I collect my first copywriting payment. It was a pleasure with a great client and be of service. Another nail to a lower self coffin. Take that, lower self. Boom in the chat, please.
Elias, well done. Well done. The first boom is always the most memorable and the most important.
Yes. First one's always the best. It's great.
You'll
Next
remember that one for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Yeah. Another boom from Hadi. Right. The post is too long to read, but I'll give a brief summary of what happened. So Hadi was given a short notice to present at a fundraiser. He was given about 1 week to prepare. It was him and 2 other speakers. And he was handed a PowerPoint that was just absolutely atrocious. So what did he do? He applied the high income copywriting principles. And look what happened. All right, look at the red boxes on the right. As looking into the audience, we expected to get close to $60,000 if we were lucky. These weren't rich people, just parents and community folks. And despite having much fewer people than expected, we collected over $100,000. I heard the chairman say that the final number was $140,000. So they were expecting at most 60,000. But because he applied the principles, they got more than double what they expected. 200% increase.
Can I just say really quickly that by putting non-monetary, well, sort of, is really good copy, actually, because as soon as I saw that, I was like, what does he mean, sort of? I want to know more, you know, like, is it monetary or not? I need to read the rest of this thing to find out what happened.
Yeah, I definitely read it because of that.
It was a really good post.
Yeah.
Well written too.
Yeah. Good job. Everyone put a boom in the chat. This boom. Great. And you see how high income copywriting, it's not just ads, landing pages, emails. You could literally use this anywhere in your life. So it brings me to the next point. Right now, are you doing high income copywriting, or are you being a high income copywriter? Are you just doing copywriting? Are you just coming here for 7 weeks, trying it out, follow along for a little bit, see what it's all about, and maybe if it gets hard, you'll try to find something else? Are you just giving this a test drive, see if this is the right one? Or are you fully committed to being a high income copywriter? Every cell of your being into being a high income copywriter. Do you see yourself as a high income copywriter? Do you wear the cape? Is your self-image a high income copywriter? This is one of the most powerful lessons that Steve Dan has taught me. You see, most people, when they want to make changes in their life, they do what I call something like a push. When they want to make a change in their life, when they want to go to the gym, they push themselves to go to the gym. They hustle, they grind. It's a chore. Every day, it's a chore and chips away at them. Maybe they go for 1 week, 2 weeks hard, 4 weeks hard, maybe a couple months. But every time they gotta use willpower. But then there are other people who are more pulled towards the gym. People like Blake. And what's the difference? It's because Blake, in his mind, he sees himself as someone who goes to the gym. He works out. That's what he does. In his self-image, that's fully who he thinks he is. So for people like that, they're not going to the gym because they're pushing to go to it. They're going because it aligns with their self-image. They're pulled towards actions. So when you see yourself as a high income copywriter, hand copying doesn't become a chore. Writing out emails, it's not a chore. Writing out ads, it's not a chore. It's just part of your being. It's who you are. And let me ask a question in the chat. Why do people smoke? For people who watch Sifu's talk, you'll know exactly why. Exactly. Because people smoke because they are a smoker. They smoke because they are a smoker. And people who don't smoke is because they're non-smokers. People who are non-smokers, they're not tempted by a cigarette. They're not tempted, they're not pushing themselves to resist smoking. They just don't do it. Right? It's a power of self-image. It's a power of self-image. You gotta create a self-image of where you want to be. and then challenge reality to catch up. It's not the other way around. It's not that you're going to get your first client and start making money with copywriting, then you're a high income copywriter. No, it's the other way around. You're a high income copywriter first. That's how you get high income copywriting clients. People get it backwards. You be first, you do second, you have last. Be, do, have. So who is a high income copywriter? Put it in the chat. But I am a high income copywriter.
Hey, Peter.
Boom.
Got a question for you.
Ooh, I love questions.
Is there a way for our students to not only know that they are a high income copywriter, but to let everybody else know that they're a high income copywriter?
Oh, yeah. You mean like wearing a cape or something?
Like a cape or a hat, maybe some laptop stickers? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Because one of the other lessons that Siwa taught me is that if you want to reinforce your self-image, you got to take action. You got to put wealth triggers around you. You got to really remind yourself what it is you're going after.
True.
Right?
Not only that, hold yourself publicly accountable.
Yes.
Like if your mom and dad, your brother, your sister, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever, they see that you're a high income copywriter and you're going through HIC, wouldn't you be a lot more likely to be successful because they expect you to be as well?
Yes.
That's why being part of HIC is so powerful, because we hold each other accountable to be high income copywriters. But what if there was a way to have everyone else in your life hold you accountable to being a high income copywriter, even offline, in person, live? Would that be something you're interested in? Put it in the chat. Yes, totally. All right, Peter, let's show them what we got.
Boom. All right, a lot of thanks to I'm just gonna let you guys sink in for a bit. Boom. A lot of thanks to Victoria, our director of events, but she's put these shirts on Downlock Shop. Right? Eat, sleep, HIC, repeat. Maybe eat, sleep, HIC, repeat too. Depending, I like the one syllable one. All right, I make no excuses. And not only on top of this, you're also gonna get, these are also on the Downlock Shop. You got stickers on the bottom. I am a high income copywriter. I'm a high income copywriter. Boom, you got a Downlock t-shirt, you got the hat, all the good stuff. You can find these on the Downlock Shop. But there's also something better for you guys, even crazier for you guys. All right. It's a reminder. Send in your testimonial. Remember in the last class, we talked about how you're going to get an email. And when you send in your testimonial, this is what you're going to be getting.
Oh, baby.
Boom.
Oh, baby.
What is this? What is this?
Wow.
It's the HIC exclusive t-shirt, Tina.
Yes,
Oh,
this is
wow.
exclusive to graduates of HIC. Oh man, it looks
Notice
good.
how I wasn't in the photo? I wonder where Desmond was.
Where were
They
you,
just so happen,
Desmond?
Where he doesn't.
they happen to throw me under the bus, and that's why I'm probably on the bottom part. You know, if that's where they're all standing on. They're standing on the shoulders of Titans.
Shoulders of Titans and the back of Titans.
That's
the
right.
legs of Titans. All right. Yes, high-end copyrighted shirts. And what does it say on the back? Can you guys read it?
Write your own destiny. That's right.
Write your own destiny. Boom. That's right. Who likes these dope shirts?
They
Yes.
are awesome. I gotta say that Victoria, when she picked these ones, she went for the extra high quality ones. I
Oh
love
yeah,
it.
I'm actually wearing one right now.
Yeah, these are the
Oh,
most
good.
comfortable shirts I've pretty much ever worn. Like I and it fits so well. It's crazy.
It does on women too, because sometimes that can get, ladies, it can get a little bit complicated. It's great, and I've been wearing it. Yeah, I mean, too much, but there's no such thing. So just the perfect amount.
Exactly. You've been
Yeah.
wearing it just enough, Tina.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you work out, look at Blake. Look at how his traps being like well shaped in that
All
shirt.
right.
All right.
This is not the high income lifter class. We'll have to have another season for that or something.
Yeah. Well, I have I don't know what's that material the keynote shirts come in?
Oh, bamboo.
Okay,
Bamboo.
bamboo. That one, the ones that stick to your body. Oh my goodness, those are for high income lifters. All right, that's a shirt, guys. Reminder: send in the testimonials if you want one of these shirts, exclusive. Okay, exclusive to HIC. Where it is in you should find an email. It should have a unique link. We don't. It should be in your email. Check your inbox. Check your spam folders. Our support team would have sent it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If not, it'll be. I believe it's at the end of some time in the next week or so as well.
Yeah. All good.
And thank you for the comments on the beard. Yes, I'm growing it out.
Oh, I just want to see this. Oh yeah, the beard looks good.
It's a good dad beard for a 19-year-old.
Good dad beard.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks, man. I appreciate it. I gotta look the part.
Great. All right, guys, let's get into the content. Last week, we revealed how to assemble amazing landing pages and how to write kick-ass emails. All right, do you guys enjoy that last week? Yes. Good. I know it was a lot. I know you guys are practicing a lot. It was really good. Really good. Okay. And we're getting into the wordsmithing part of today. And Ed, you want to read this part?
Absolutely. By the end of tonight's class, you will have the exact formula, all of them, the exact formulas we use to internally write highly profitable Facebook ads in less than 15 minutes. 15 minutes or less. You'll also know how to write scalable copy so your clients can scale profitably on Facebook and pay you handsomely for it. We already talked about the importance of scalable copy and how it's an incredible way to put yourself in a blue ocean and separate yourself from all of your competitive copywriters, and how it will allow you to charge far more because you have a highly sought after skill that every single business needs. Even Team Dan Locke, we need more people who can write scalable copies. We need more high income copywriters. That's a real thing.
And Ed, the funny thing is I saw a bunch of people say 15 minutes, like no way that's possible. But
Oh man.
you know what? I've seen Ed do it many times. I have literally sent Ed a message saying, Ed, I need an ad for this pronto. And then I'll wait like 5-10 minutes. And then he goes, here you go. And then it's a Google Doc. It's all like headline done, copy done. And I'm sitting in Facebook ads ready to go. So it's a real thing now. Just remember though, that it's because Ed knows the audience so well and he understands our offer so well that, like we were getting at before, there comes a point where all of this stuff becomes ingrained in you and it becomes a part of who you are. And when you take on clients, you have to take such a genuine interest in who you're writing for. And once you know exactly who you're writing for and you do your research, the copy just flows out so easily.
That's so true, Blake. And to add to that point, if you are a copywriter and you're not just doing copywriting, don't you think it'll be a lot easier for you to unconsciously be able to write incredible copy? Yeah. Being a high income copywriter versus doing high income copywriting. I've been living this for a decent amount of time. I am a copywriter. I don't do copywriting. And that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep going
By
ahead.
the end of tonight's class, you will also discover the 5 problems most clients face when it comes to scaling their businesses and how to get highly, not just paid, highly paid to be the one who helps them. You will also see what's working right now for Team Danlock so you can use it to help your client scale their business fast. We're going to show you real examples of real ads that we are currently running right now that are working on Facebook right now. This is not some theory. This is not some, like textbook stuff that's hypothetical that has never really been used in the battlefield. These are real, tried and true, tested methods that we're currently using. And you're going to see real examples and real breakdowns of all of our best ads and how you can write kick-ass, compliant, scalable copy in under 15 minutes or less. So who's ready? Put it in the chat. Let's get going, Peter. So we got the 4 pillars of high-income copywriting. Last week we covered landing pages and emails. Today we are covering chatbots and ads. First, Facebook ads. So Blake, a while back, look at Blake there. Blake went to Facebook's headquarters and he learned a ton. And we got some pretty crazy insider access to some of the changes that's going on at Facebook. And we got some serious insight into how scalable copy works. And Blake, do you want to share a little bit about your experience over at Facebook headquarters?
I don't know. They probably don't want to hear me talk about, going into Facebook headquarters, would they?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't want to know about all the incredible secrets you learned and how we decoded the mysterious scalable copy myth
That's
that
right.
most copywriters don't even know how to handle. So
So this is a truly amazing experience. Very few people get to do this. I'm not taking it for granted for 1 second. It was kind of an impromptu, last minute kind of thing, but it was absolutely incredible. There's too much money in this company. Their headquarters, they span like 2 or 3 blocks. You have to take their internal Uber system just to get around. They have buses that take you around because it's just too far to walk from place to place. And this is at the Instagram headquarters, obviously. And it's no joke. I was literally in interviews with some of the developers behind Instagram. And then we also had a meeting with some of the people who run Ads Manager. And they really wanted to know, what we want to know as advertisers, what we want to see as advertisers. And, more importantly, this helped us to develop our relationship with our industry ad expert for Facebook for our specific account, right? So in case you guys don't know, the type of, access that you're given with Facebook is typically based on 3 levels. So your first level is the marketing specialist, which is basically just kind of like you've spent a bit of money. They're kind of like the run of the mill, generic kind of person. And, unfortunately they're not that helpful. And then what we have is an industry ad expert, which is somebody who's at like the top of their game in some certain niche, right? Which for us, it's for information, education, and professional services is what Facebook calls it. And the third level is a global partner, but that is literally reserved for, the Coca-Colas and the really, really, really big brands out there that are spending, like $1 million a day or more, because Facebook wants to look after them more than anybody else. So the beautiful thing about the industry ad expert, though, is that they are extremely knowledgeable about how to go about compliance, getting better results for your ads and things like that. So that's actually going to help us guide you guys through this, the murky waters of compliance and, kind of going from a place of how do I write compliant copy to, scale it up to whole new levels. So it was really cool.
And what's interesting is we also got a message from The people at ManyChat. So ManyChat are the people who run the largest chatbot company in the world. So I'll just give you a real quick brief on this. Basically, one of the representatives at ManyChat messaged us to collaborate with us and to give us some insights into how their platform is growing, and even give us some advice and value on how to make even more money with ManyChat so we keep using their platform. Now, if we were to just have regular copywriting, this would not be a thing. We would have no access. But because the Danlock brand is so heavily focused on scalable copy, and we're so focused on what's coming, the trends that are on, we're on the cutting edge compared to a lot of the people in our space. And that's why these really big companies who own these platforms, they reach out to us and they want us to partner with them, to work with them so we can work together. This kind of insider access is only available to those who really understand scalable copy, and for those who are playing at such a high level that could you imagine Mark Zuckerberg's people reach out to you because you are an expert at scalable copy and they want to help you make more money. So we're going to give you that information, the information that we've received from these high-level companies to help you make more money for your clients so you can get paid more. If you were at CIB, you're part of HTC, by the way. CIB is Closers in Black. You know the value of the partnership economy. Right now, we are in the partnership economy. And doesn't this look like a partnership right here with some of the world's largest leading advertising platforms? Now, for those of you who don't know, the partnership economy is, over the years, since the agricultural age, we've progressively found different trends. There's the information age. There was, I forget what it's called, but the land age. Now it's the partnership age. If you think about it, partnering up with other people, strategic partnerships, alliances, big people coming together, even little people coming together, everybody coming together to work together. And that's what we're doing here. So by you being part of HIC, you're also partnering up with us so we can give you what you need to make the money you deserve, to give you the lifestyle you deserve. How incredible is that? Did you know that you were signing up for this when you joined HIC? Did you know that you were going to leverage Sifu's influence and his access and the minds of his team? No. Sifu always over-delivers. It's incredible. So without further ado, who's ready for the 5 reasons why Facebook is the media platform of choice for high-income copywriters?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to give you some profound insights, so pay attention. A lot of what you see in these next 5 important points will set the tone for the rest of the class, and will let you know exactly how powerful it is, this skill that you have, and how to best monetize it. Reason number 1. They put your message in front of hungry markets. So if you remember from our research class, if you're going to open up a restaurant, what is the one advantage you would want to have? A starving crowd. Precisely. So hopefully you remember this photo. Facebook does an incredible job of putting your message in front of a starving crowd. That's why even people who are terrible, god-awful copywriters can make an incredible income by writing Facebook ads, because Facebook is so great at putting your message in front of the right market. Facebook has the market down for you. if your copy is a 3 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10, as long as you put it in front of the right people, they will buy. If somebody is starving enough, if somebody is in the desert, they've had no water, they've had no food, and you have the most disgusting toilet water, they would drink it. Doesn't matter how bad it is, they're a starving crowd, they will drink it. Right? So that's what Facebook does. Facebook allows you to put your message in front of the right audience. And that's why they're such a big, big company. Huge, tremendous. Facebook is worth billions of dollars. Why is that? Because they understand the value of the market. They understand
Ed, you
that.
okay if I give you a little comment on this and give these guys some insider information?
I don't know. We already gave them quite a bit, but all right, sure, let's go
Only
for it.
outsider information allowed.
Yeah,
It's
only
not.
outside
It's
of-
not in the slides, you know. So I figured I'd just add a little bit of value if they wanted. So, just so you guys know, Facebook is doing a lot of things to make the algorithm so powerful, and some people have even actually had their ad accounts tested to have automated campaigns where they literally just say, you know, here's a bunch of images, here's who I want to go after, stuff like this. Just make the ad campaign for me. You click a button and the AI will just go brr, 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 and it'll like put a whole ad together for you super quickly and launch it out based on what the statistical data feels is going to be the best performing ad, or and who to show it to, all kinds of stuff, right? And even people like Frank Kern and a lot of these other top level marketers, including ourselves, we've actually tested just, you know, let's see what the algorithm can do, and let's just test, you know, Canada as an audience. And it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes that'll actually perform better than any type of interest targeting you could do, because the algorithm is getting that strong. And the reason why I'm telling you guys this is because this enables you guys and empowers you so much, because the only differentiating factor is going to be creative, which is usually theorized or written by copy, and the copy that goes along with that creative. It's not going to be anything to do with, like, you know, making ads anymore. It's going to be who's got the best damn copy, who's got the best headlines, who's got the best offers to make the algorithm work in their favor, because it's going to look for the people who are going to respond to that ad that is written. But the only way you can get that is if you are actually writing really solid copy, which is why we're going to show you guys some of the fundamentals around making these ads so that you guys have this skill, because sooner or later the AI is going to take over most of the work and the copy is going to be where you guys stand out.
So Blake, I do see some confusion in the comments here. So to clarify, Facebook is not writing the copy. Before, you would have to hire, let's say you're a client and you want to run some Facebook ads. Well, you need two people. You need somebody to write the copy, and you need somebody to deal with who you're going to put your ads in front of, how much money you're going to spend per day, all sorts of things like that. But now what Blake is saying is Facebook will run the ad for you. All you have to do is write the copy. So that just makes the copy so much more powerful, because the copy now is the only differentiating factor. So before, you had to have a great copywriter and a great, what's called a media buyer. So Blake is someone who runs the Facebook ads. He's a media buyer. Now, the media buyer, if Facebook is going to be automatically running the ads for you, the copy is that much more important. And if you're a high-income copywriter, don't you think somebody would love to pay you a lot of money if you're the one who can write great copy for them? Because now the best copy will win. And if you're an HIC and you know how to write scalable copy, I'm damn sure you're going to win. I am damn sure you're going to win. That's a game changer. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg just made our jobs that much easier and helped us make that much more money. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Zuck. Excellent. Let's move on to number 2. Reason number 2 why Facebook is the platform of choice for many high-income copywriters. Predictable scaling for clients. That's an important one. So here's the interesting thing about Facebook, right? Imagine if someone could, imagine you go to a bank. You know, there's someone there who deals with your stock options or your investments, and you give them $1. And for every single dollar you give them, they give you $2 back. How incredible would that be? If this is the stock market, wouldn't that be cheating? Wouldn't that be illegal? You got to be thinking, well, what kind of bots, what kind of crap are you putting my money into? This got to be some illegal shit. Now, what if you could put in $1 and make back $3 instead of just 2? MLM? No, it's not MLM. It's not MLM. It's Facebook advertising. How much money would you give your stockbroker or whoever it is to manage your investments if you are giving them $1 and getting back $2 to $3 in return? You're doubling or tripling your money every single time. How much money would you give them to keep doing that for you? So here's the funny thing. You are the stockbroker and your client is the person giving you the money. Your client puts $1 into the Facebook algorithm with your copywriting, and they can make back $2 to $3, $4, sometimes even $5. We've had campaigns. I think our best converting campaign was 2,600% return on investment with Facebook. That is like what? 27 times ROI? Putting $1 in, 27 back. Now, not all of them are going to be like that. Not even close. But that's the power. That's the power of Facebook. And the really cool thing about Facebook is it's predictable. So it's not like you put in $1 and then you get $3 back today. You get it month after month. It's consistent money. It's consistent money for your clients. It's recurring. It's consistent. It's predictable. So now your client's making more money so they can spend more on Facebook, right? So imagine you give $1 to the stockbroker. They put that money in the market and they come back and they give you $2. What are you going to do with those $2? You're going to reinvest it, put it back in, right? Oh shit, you just doubled my money. Of course I'll give you more money. Of course, let's do this. Let's play this game some more. And then you give them the $2. They play around with it for a little bit, put it in the market, come back. Now you got $4. What are you going to do with that $4? Oh, give it back, put it back. Now it's $8. Whew, this is a fun game. I like this game. Don't you like this game? This is fun. Now, if your stockbroker or whoever the person is handling your investments, if they only took 10 cents for every dollar they made you, as an example, would you be happy with that? Would you be okay if you're able to give them, let's say you give them $100, would you be okay if they made you $1,000? Precisely. That's the power of marketing on Facebook. Your client puts money into Facebook on advertising, they spend money to put your message in front of the right people. They put $1 in, they get $2, $3 back. Sometimes 4, sometimes 5. Don't you think they'd be more than happy to give you a large chunk of that? That's the power of being a high-income copywriter, because as we'll soon see, no other copywriters, well, very, very few understand how to write scalable copy. That's the power. That's truly the power of scalable copy. And if you can keep doing that for them month after month, wouldn't they be more than happy to keep paying you? To keep, hey, how about you write some more ads? I'll pay you I'll pay you, even if it was $30 an ad and it takes you half an hour to write it. Would you be happy making that kind of money? Like, put your ego aside. We all know you want to make 6 figures. That's great. $30 an ad to write for half an hour, $60 an hour, $1 a minute to write something you actually enjoy for a company or client you actually believe in, and you have a hell of a time doing it because you know that you're the only person or one of the very few who can actually do this correctly. How much fun would that be? What would that do for your family? What would that do for your life? That's seriously that's why I love copywriting. I mean, besides how fucking fun it is, it's like mental jujitsu. It's like mental martial arts and mental gymnastics, but you get paid well to have fun. You get paid to have fun and make a lot of money. Whew. Can you tell I'm excited? So does that make sense? Yes? Excellent. Number 3. Short and easy to write ads and chatbots. So these, it's so funny. People think that advertising on Facebook and writing chatbots is this really complicated, really difficult, long thing you got to do. Man, it's the opposite. Holy crap. It's the easiest copy to write. As long as you understand scalable copy, it's the easiest copy to write. It's the most fun. You get the most amount of feedback from the market as fast as possible. And it's the highest profit. And it's always in style. We're always going to need Facebook ads. We're always going to need those. We're always going to need ManyChat and chatbots. That's always going to happen. So here's the funny thing. Ads, look, last week, we taught you about email, right? Right. Now imagine taking what we learned last week with email and you just make the copy scalable. You just make a scalable copy. Boom, Facebook ad. It's that simple, right? And chatbots, you've sent a message to your friend. Have you ever asked your friend to go get lunch or maybe to get dinner? By the way, the screen symbol is the message symbol. Like on iPhones, it's like a text message. You send a message to your friend to ask them out for dinner. All it is, it's the same thing. Hey, do you want to hang out? Yes or no? They say, yes, great, we hang out. They say, no, no problem. You want to go to this restaurant instead? That's it. That's all chatbots are. It's that simple. You just got to make it scalable. Awesome. Reason number 4, continuous gigs. Ads and chatbots are very, very simple to write. They, like we just mentioned, they produce immediate returns. So that means you can put out a Facebook ad or you can put out a chat bot. Within 24 hours, you'll have already made money. So your client can go, oh, wow, okay, so what you just did actually just made me a lot of money. They can directly see, holy crap, I'm gonna pay this person more. They just made me $3,000. I'll give them $100, $200, $300 because of that, and then they'll just get to keep making money. Isn't that fun? Isn't making money fun? And reason number 5 is it's a completely blue ocean. Because what most people don't realize is most copywriters, they can't write regular. First of all, they can't even write regular copy. A lot of them say that they're copywriters, but they can't even write regular copy. Even fewer of them know how to write scalable copy. So who are these clients and businesses going to turn to if they need the scalable copy? They need Facebook ads. They need chatbots. Who are they going to turn to? Who are they going to pay if no one else can write this for them? HIC, exactly. So here's the problem. Most businesses, they cannot find good copywriters who can write good copy. They cannot find copywriters who can even write scalable copy. And they don't have the time, resources, or know-how to train copywriters to even write basic copy, let alone scalable copy. So some people are asking, what is scalable copy? Scalable copy is copy that follows Facebook's rules and regulations that allows clients and businesses to scale profitably on Facebook. Make sense? Just want to clear up the confusion because this is a very important topic. The reason why a lot of these copywriters cannot write scalable copy is because they don't even know it exists. They don't know how to follow. Some people call it scalable copy. Some people call it compliance. Compliance means writing copy that is compliant with Facebook's advertising rules and regulations. That doesn't sound very fun. I like scalable copy better.
It's not very fun, no, but just for reference for you guys to, if you guys wanted to get a little bit of a deeper technical dive of this, do it outside of class. Make sure you guys stay super focused here. But Facebook actually has something called the Facebook Blueprint, and you can actually look up, if you search for like policies, stuff like that, you can actually do a little course and get certified in that too. And then you can actually say to your clients, hey, I'm certified in like, rules, policies, and procedures following Facebook stuff. So it's completely free. You guys can just take that. Facebook puts that for you guys. And the other thing though, I want to make sure that you guys really do understand from a technical standpoint is that there is something in the Facebook advertising world called ad fatigue. And what that basically means when an ad gets tired, some people will say, is that, the creative or the copy is starting to wear out, or, the frequency of that audience that you're targeting, seeing your ad is getting too high. And maybe it's not resonating with people the same way that it used to as well, right? So what you guys need to understand is that that's why this is a consistent gig to write Facebook ads, is because, especially if it's a local client that only has, like a couple cities or like a region that is targetable, they're going to need different copy, different angles, different hooks, different offers for their business all the time. And if it's an online business, let's say that they have like 1 million fans on Facebook that they're targeting, or they're tapping into all these audiences, not everybody in the same audience is going to respond in the same way. So you may actually tap out people in an offer in like 4 weeks. And if you're really good at your copy and your creative, sometimes it'll last several months, but at the very least, you should always be trying to beat the control no matter what. And I actually know of, somebody who it was the first ad campaign that they ever wrote for that business. And They couldn't beat that ad for 2 years, and it just ran for 2 years on its own. But they still kept writing new ads every couple weeks, every month, because they were trying to beat it. Because you should never assume that the control, no matter how good it is the potential best thing that there could be. And you could always run split tests against it to the same audiences, and you could sell your clients on that. Say, you know what, I want to make sure you guys are, testing new things all the time, getting the best results possible. That's why I'm going to write you guys, new creative or new copy every month, so that you guys can keep trying to beat the control. And if we beat the control, we'll swap that out. That becomes the control. And then you keep trying to beat that by writing new ads for that. So the possibilities are truly endless with how many ads you can write. And, sometimes I've had Ed himself has thrown me like 3 ads in a single day, and we fire them up, and they don't always work, and some of them totally knock it out of the park. Like a couple of the ones we're going to show you today, which is why, why we're here, and why I want to make sure that you guys understand that, just imagine, out of like 65 to 70 million business pages on Facebook, who 9 out of 10 of them don't even know what the hell they're doing, that they're going to be all in your hands to basically, figure out, copywriting. And even top level people, and I apologize for the rant, but even top level people, they'll name their offer something, and, we'll look at it, or, consult with people, and we're like, well, what are you guys thinking when you made this offer? Oh, we just thought we would call it, what it is, but there's like no unique mechanism. There's nothing interesting about the headline. And we're just like, no wonder you guys can't sell this thing, whereas, when you write good copy, and when you guys really hone into this skill for your clients, it's the economics of marketing is something that you need to play into your favor. And what I mean by that is, let's say that you are writing copy for a webinar page, right? A webinar that has a 10% conversion rate will have a much harder time being a profitable funnel versus a opt-in page or a landing page that brings in the right person at like 15, 20, 25%. That if you get more people through that door, they have more people to retarget, more potential leads, more things that they can leverage in their arsenal to pull those people over the line and make that a much more profitable funnel. So I know that was probably a lot at once, but all I'm saying is the sky's the limit. There's copy everywhere, especially online. And you can play that at half speed on the replay, but we got to keep going to make sure we get through all this content for you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Blake. So just to really quickly clarify one thing I think some people might have been a little confused on. When Blake refers to a conversion rate on the webinar page, so let's say you write a landing page for a webinar, right? The HIC webinar, right? Let's say only 1 out of every 10 people sign up to watch the webinar, right? Okay, but what if you're able to change your copy to make it so 2 or 3 out of every 10 people sign up to watch the webinar? Well, you've effectively just doubled or even tripled the amount of money that your client makes, because you allow them to get more eyeballs on the webinar, right? And obviously, the more people who, see your pitch and watch your webinar, the more money they're going to make. That's the point Blake is trying to make. Whew, that was a lot.
See in the chat, Blake for president.
Oh, yes.
That's a new one.
Yeah, internally we call him Captain America. So all right, guys. So
I see a lot of questions still in the comments. Let's keep moving forward. Do your best to do your just put those questions aside for now and follow along with the class. Everything's been laid out for a reason. We're giving you what you need to know to make money. If you want to go deep into some kind of training on Facebook and marketing, there's Sifu's got some playlists on YouTube. There's a lot of online YouTube videos. There's courses. There's everything. But right now, let's focus on copywriting, okay? Because this is where the money is for you guys. These other things like, oh, what is pay-per-click? What is conversion rate? What is this? What is that? They're nice things to know, but they're not important for right now. They're not going to make you money right now. And do you want to have something that makes you money right now? Or do you want to overwhelm yourself with even more stuff that's not going to even be applicable? Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. Guys, we don't want to put any information on the slides that you can just Google in 2 seconds. You guys did not invest that amount of time and money just so we can copy and paste stuff you can search in 2 seconds. All right, that's not good use of your time, not good use of our time. All right, is that cool? Yes, that's why we're teaching you stuff that that's actually going to take a bit more nuance and time to understand. Everything's on the slides for a reason. Everything we present is for a reason, right? We don't waste your time. We don't waste our time. You guys ready for Facebook ads? You guys ready to learn how to write the 6 types of high converting Facebook ads?
Let's do it.
Yes.
This is
right.
This is my baby right here.
This is Ed's jungle.
Yeah, this is my baby.
I'm not talking about his chest here, but this
hey, yo, come on, man. Yo, we don't need to talk about that at the class, man.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. So, what you'll see in these next few examples, each formula here is an ad that I've written or one of our teammates has written that has produced an incredible amount of money for us that we'll break down and show you exactly how you could use these formulas to write your next award-winning Facebook ad, home run Facebook ad in 15 minutes or less. Okay, are you ready?
Oof. My
Let's
Facebook
go.
ad senses are tingling. Let's go. Boom.
The first 2 you should be very familiar with because you've heard them from last week. Formula number 1, problem, agitate, solution ads. Remember, Facebook ads are just emails with compliant copy. Compliant copy is nothing more, with scalable copy. Scalable copy is nothing more than compliant copy that converts. Compliant copy is nothing more than scalable copy is nothing more than compliant copy that converts. So why do you think the problem, agitate, solution formula works so well?
Why do you think we're focusing on this again for ads?
It gets to the point, direct, emotion hits the pain. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. Do you think everybody in their life has some kind of pain that they're dealing with? And isn't it true that people don't buy their way into things, they buy their way out of things? So wouldn't it make sense to have that as our foundational Facebook ad formula? You're a smart cookie. That's exactly right.
Yes. And let's see if you remember. Steve had a saying, blank over perfectionism. What's the blank? I hear progress. I'm looking for the other one.
Profit, action.
Profit. Profitability over perfectionism. That's why we teach you this. Because PAS, profit. It's profitable, right? Because we run these ads all the time. They make profits, so we're teaching it, right? No point in teaching you 12 different things if like 6 of them aren't even profitable, right? Do the one kick 1,000 times versus try and be an amateur in every other kick. Cool? Cool. Dope. Let's go into the next one. This is going to be an example. Ed, I believe this is one you wrote.
It is. This is one of my favorite ads that I've ever written. It got an incredible response rate, I believe. I think it's been shared like 4,000 times with like,
Yeah, I think it's like 35,000 likes too, right?
yeah, but like I think 2,000 comments, something like that. Either way, it made us a lot of money. It's a really good ad, and the way that I know that is because it made us money. Who's ready? Let's go. One of the greatest struggles in this world today is being stuck in a dead-end job. Most people wake up to an alarm clock against their will, get stuck in traffic, and get cut off by road raging drivers, get disrespected and used for 8 hours at work. At the end of the day, they have no energy to function or to even enjoy time with their friends or family. Then they wonder, when will this vicious cycle end? When will it finally be over? But they do it all over again for the next 5 days. And the next weekend, they live for the weekend. They watch Netflix, party, drink, do things they think will be fun, and they still feel empty inside. Deep down, they know there is something greater out there. Deep down, they know there's more to life than working the 9-to-5 grind, waking up every day feeling powerless, frustrated, and in pain. Deep down, they know they are meant for more than working so hard that when they come home at the end of the day, they can't even think straight. I've been there. Deep down, I knew I was meant for more than spending my days doing something I hate, getting wasted on the weekends and throwing my life away. Meant for more than wasting 40 years of my life making someone else's dreams come true while neglecting my own. And while most people feel like they're meant for more, they've given up on themselves. They will work a job for the rest of their life. They will settle because they don't believe they can make their dreams come true. They will never escape their job, and they will never make enough to take care of themselves and their family. I remember what it's like to not have enough money to support my mom growing up. My mom and I, we were living in a one-bedroom apartment. I would sleep in the living room in a sleeping bag, and I slept on that sleeping bag for 3 years, and my mom would sleep in the bedroom. We lived in one of the worst neighborhoods in Vancouver. I remember back then we'd go to this one bakery every week. There, Mom and I would pick up a bunch of near-expired leftover bread, and we didn't just get a little bit. We got enough, so we had enough bread for 2 meals a day for the rest of the week. So I know what it's like to struggle, and I know what it's like to not be happy with your life. So if you're sick and tired of the grind, sick and tired of feeling empty, hopeless, or lost, sick and tired of wasting life away and pretending everything is okay and that this is normal, or maybe you're someone who knows life can be better than this, the struggle, the fight, the rat race, then click the link here and sign up for my free masterclass. Using what I talk about on this masterclass, I broke free from my struggles and pain. It wasn't easy, but if you're ready to take that next step, here's the link again, and I'll see you on the other side. So the headline is, don't waste your life away doing something you hate.
Boom!
I wrote that in 15 minutes.
That engagement, though.
I definitely liked it. You can see there.
Peter
boy.
Lou, we
My boy
caught
Peter
Peter
Lou.
Lou red-handed. And another quick note about this one too is it is so empathetic. It is so relatable that the engagement, this is one of the highest engaged ads we've ever had, especially from an image. A lot of times the engagement really kicks off with the video type of posts, but this one with the image just took off. And I remember, Ed, you remember when I was telling you, I'm like, dude, there's like, I don't know what the hell is going on with this ad. Like, it just totally was just, it was insane watching the results go for that one. So, yeah, I hope that you guys got a lot out of that.
Yeah, and I already see it in the comments. People realize this is a pretty advanced type of ad because I lied a little bit. I lied. This is not just a PAS ad, right? You guys already saw in the chat. It's PAS. It's got some story. It's got empathy. And when you master each one of those types, you know how to weave them together. And when you can weave it together, you get something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys understand and see how much Ed knows the audience, where it's like a lot. I saw it in the chat a lot where you guys are like, oh shit, he's calling me out. That's why you guys are here. It's what do we need? It starts with an R. Put it in the chat. What do we need? There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Research. Well, money is important too, but research.
Runny. Yes.
So who wants to know the breakdown of this ad and how it works? And by the way, we're not expecting you to make a Facebook ad like this right off the bat. I've been doing this for quite some time now, but I never got this good until I started using the formulas that you're now getting, which I fucking wish I had when I was starting out. That would have made things a lot easier. So when you get pretty good, you'll be able to crank out these no problem. And probably you'll be able to write better copy than I am. No doubt in my mind.
Yes.
So problem agitates solution. The problem is they're stuck in a dead-end job, right? That's it. It's that simple. They agitate. So it's, how does this problem show up in their world? Well, they're waking up against their will. They're stuck in traffic. They get disrespected. They know there's something greater they can achieve. They live for the weekend. They are not happy with their reality. They feel stuck. They know that people around them have settled, that a lot of people will work the 9 to 5 for the rest of their life, and they feel discouraged. And they keep being part of this vicious cycle of drinking, partying, Netflix, girls, whatever else, only to have it happen every single week because they want to forget how crappy their life is. Now, if that doesn't hit home for you, that's okay. I know some people hearing this will go, oh, I don't resonate with that. But remember, put your ego aside and step into your prospect's ego, right? I never had to work a 40-hour work week. I've been doing copywriting for a decent amount of time. I only understand what my prospect feels and knows and lives. A lot of my friends live this. A lot of you live this. And after speaking with you, hearing your stories, I can step into your ego and I can speak to you. It doesn't matter if I relate to this or not, because I'm not my prospect, and odds are you're not your prospect. So put your ego aside. Get out of your ego and into your prospect's ego. Can we agree on that? Precisely. Thank you. The solution is, here's how I broke out of the rat race. So now we are creating a remedy to the problem we've just created, right? So if we imagine problem agitates solution, the problem is we cut them, they agitate, you pour salt in the wound. The solution is a nice Band-Aid, right? So now all these emotions you've just inspired in them, well, what's the solution? Well, this masterclass that I just put together. And remember, when you can describe someone's reality better than they can, they automatically assume that you have the answer to their problems. Let's go to the next one.
Ed, you want to say the last part again? Just
Sure.
that last line. It's pretty important.
Okay. When you're able to diagnose your prospect and you're able to explain their reality in a way that they even can't express themselves, if you can express their reality better than they can, that's when they assume you have the solution to their problem. It's actually funny. Blake, we talked about this today. So there was an email sent out by this guy who's a really, really great copywriter. And there's a one thing that we've noticed that's actually an issue in scaling our company. And this guy, he had addressed the issue so articulately in his email. I go, holy crap, this guy's got to know the answer. It sounds like he's been there and he's done that. So if you can do that for your prospects, if you can make them feel, oh my gosh, this person really understands me. They know the pain that I'm going through. They will be far more likely to buy and far more likely to engage with your ad. So the PS email is, or the Facebook ad is, where are they now? Well, so this one, they're stuck in a job. Agitate. What's so bad about that? How does this show up in their world? Well, they're stuck in a job. They're not enjoying their life. They have to do the cycle of alcohol and parties and drugs and just to forget about how shitty their life is. And the solution is, where do they want to be? Where do they want to be? So where are they right now? Imagine this. Where are they right now? And where do they want to be? All you're doing is bridging the gap between those two things. That's why it's so important to know your prospects' desires, because if you know where they want to be, then you know how to put it in front of them so they'll take action. Where are they right now and where do they want to be? Where are they right now and where do they want to be? If you can be the person to guide them to where they want to be, you're going to make a lot of money. Exercise. Who's ready? We have a college student named Brad. Not Chad. Not to be confused with our good friend Chad. This one is Brad, okay? So the problem is, where is Brad at right now? And imagine we're selling the HIC program. Where is Brad? He's a college student. Let's say he's probably second year, studying his butt off, broke, college, debt, confused about his future, figuring out his life, hungry, student loan, not liking his courses, stressed. Nice. Good. This is good stuff. Not sure what to do after graduating? Excellent. This is great. Well, what's so bad about that? Tired of being stuck taking boring classes. I like that one. Precious years slipping away. Getting deeper into debt. That's good. Oh, I saw a really good one. Hates following a path only his parents want. I happen to agree with that one. Not his choice. I agree. Excellent. Now, finally, where does he want to be? What does he want to be doing? Freedom. Nice. Making money. Successful. Purpose. Nice. Good. Okay. In control of his situation, financial confidence, doing what he enjoys. You are excellent. Incredible. You just wrote your first Facebook ad. Don't believe me? Let me prove it to you. Let's go to the next slide. Boom! Problem is they feel stuck in college because they don't feel like there's an alternative. Agitate. Parents and teachers push them into it and convince them that it was the only way to have a successful and happy life. They feel lied to, betrayed, and trapped with no way out. The solution is they want to do something they're passionate about and pays well. Whew. Do you think that was hard? Was that easy? Was that easy? That was really easy, wasn't it? When you're clear on what you're offering and who your audience is, this gets easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby. No problem. Right? Well, let's show you the first Facebook ad that we just wrote together. So for the next few slides, the problem is going to be in the red. The yellow is going to be agitate, and the green is solution. All right? By the way, I see someone asked, what's the difference between Facebook ad PAS and email PAS? What's the difference? Put it in the chat. One has scalable compliance copy. The other one does not. That's the difference. Facebook, you need to follow Facebook's rules for advertising. Email, you do not need to follow Facebook's rules for advertising. Here we go. Who's ready to read the first Facebook ad that we just wrote together? Looking for an alternative to college where you can do something you're actually passionate about? By the way, for people who are in college right now or just graduated, how many of you can relate to this? Precisely. Let's go into the agitate. Did your teachers and parents push you into the traditional path of going to school, getting $100K in debt, and getting a job? And did they convince you that the only way to have a successful and happy life is to get a degree? This hits hard. Yes, it does. So we just had the problem. We just agitated them. Now let's give them the solution. They did that to me too. And later on, I realized the traditional path isn't the only way to find success, happiness, and fulfillment in life. In fact, I found out that there's a brand new high-income skill that few people know of. So here's where we get into where they want to be. It's given me the ability to pursue my passion and even buy my mom a house like I promised her all those years ago, even though I dropped out of college. If you want to know more about this brand new high-income skill and how to turn it into a career you're actually passionate about, click here. Boom. Put it in the chat. Can you see yourself writing Facebook ads in under 15 minutes? Can you see how easy it is to do this once you understand your audience and how simple it truly is once you have the right framework? The reason why we showed you the ad that I wrote first is to show you where you can go, because we want to inspire you to strive for big things. But we also show you this one to show you that it's very simple to get started. It's very easy. And look at the response from your HIC brothers and sisters in the chat. Look at what they're saying. Look at how much they responded to this, how much it resonated with them, who were in college or are in college. It does not take a long time to write good copy. It's simple. It's simple. Number 2, story. Now this is, again, same formula as last week, but with a twist. This needs to be scalable copy. So you tell a story, you relate it to your offer, and you put a call to action. That's it. Do you think you can do that? Yep. I see a lot of yeps.
Who remembers how to write a simple story from last class? Right? Pretty easy. Time and place, a conflict, and a resolution. Right? Then you tie it to whatever you're selling. Exactly. All right. Everybody remembers. Cool. Cool beans. Let's go into an example. Ready, Ed?
Let's do it.
Boom, boom. I'll read this one.
For sure.
Thank you. The first car I ever had was an old Ford Escort. Right. So we're already getting back into the time because we do this. The first sentence talks about the past. Right. The first one I ever had was an old Ford Escort. So we're going back in time. We're seeing an old Ford Escort. There's a time and place here. First sentence. Right? Cool. Now we'll talk a bit more about conflict here. It had 150,000 miles the passenger door was jammed. So when I drove my mom, she had to go in and out of the driver's side. Remember back then, we go to this one bakery every week. There, my mom and I would pick up a bunch of near expired leftover bread. We didn't just get a little bit, we got enough. So we had enough bread for 2 meals a day for the rest of the week. Not only was I poor, I was also an opportunity junkie. Anything that sounded like I could make a quick buck, I was in. I would jump from program to program, seminar to seminar. And the more I chased fortune, the more I dug myself into a hole. Before I knew it, I lost my mom's entire life savings. I'm sorry, Mom. I had to put you through that. On top of that, I put myself in $150,000 of debt. There. That's the conflict. That's a conflict. And notice this bracket, apology in the middle. I'm sorry, Mom, I had to put you through that. It's conversational, right? It's like how you tell the story. It's a pattern interrupt. It's not just a monologue, right? It feels like he's actually talking to someone. So there is the conflict. Now let's talk about the resolution. Now, years later, I'm a self-made multimillionaire, and I got a Bentley. I got the Bentley new with no mileage on it. And while the journey always looks easy on social media and you can feel like life works out for everyone but you, that's not true. All you need to do is what I did back then. You just need to look in the mirror and realize if your life sucks, it's your own fault. Not your parents' fault. Not your friend's fault. Not the government, not the school system or your country's fault. No, it's your own fault for not being the man or woman who is skilled enough to get what you want. Now, even though it's your own fault, the good news is you can do something about it. You can choose to move a little closer to being the person you need to be to reach your goals every day. And step by step, day by day, your life will get better and better. And soon enough, you'll be the success story your friends and family talk about. You'll be the one people call lucky. But deep down, you know you weren't born lucky. You were just born different. While everyone else plays the victim, you chose to be responsible for your life. If you're ready to take responsibility like I was, and want to discover what I learned helped me go from a poor immigrant boy to driving a Bentley, I can show you here. Right? I think this ad, if I'm not mistaken, it was you or was it Steven?
So Steven wrote this
Yeah,
originally.
this one.
Yeah, Steven wrote this as one of our best Instagram posts way back in the day, and I reformatted it to be a Facebook ad.
Yeah, man. Good copy is good copy.
Dude, even when you're reading it, I still get tingles.
Oh, yeah. Steven's a great storyteller. Right. And let's just break it down a little bit more. Right. Remember we had the conflict, and then we had the resolution where it goes, now years later, I'm a self-made millionaire. And then it goes into the moral of the story. All you need to do is what I did back then. You just need to look yourself in the mirror and realize your life sucks, it's your own damn fault. And that's the moral. And then it relates it to the product. Right? Can you guys see the structure of the story? Can you see it now? Yeah. Kind of exactly. Good. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. Cool. So that's a story example. We went over it pretty in depth last class. So it's a good review. Let's go into the next one because I think it's a really good one from Ed. Oh, sorry. Just finish up the link, finish up the ad. In that link, I'll show you everything you need to know, take the opportunity to take things further. But regardless, I know that you'll walk away from class with a completely new level of responsibility and understand and make a difference. Here's the link again. And it's Sifu next to the Bentley. Cool. Yes, that's Brandon Carter. Oh, here's another example. Ed, you want to read this one?
Sure. By the way, this is not one of our ads. This is an ad from somebody else on
Yeah.
Facebook that we found. When I was 18 years old, I pulled apart my car and decided I was going to rebuild it from the ground up as a race car. I stripped it to the bone. I removed the engine, interior, wiring, suspension.
Sure.
No problem. And even the sound deadening that stuck the metal of the chassis. Our next door neighbor saw me ripping this car apart and he was shocked. He said, "How do you know what you're doing?" I replied, "I don't." That was the honest truth. I had no idea what I was doing. I thought it'd be fun. I had access to Google for information, and I believed in my ability to figure it out along the way. Bit by bit, Google search by Google search, I learned how to build a race car from the ground up. I learned what parts work best together, mistakes to avoid, and successes to learn from and replicate. Did it work? Not only did it work, it was the most powerful Subaru ever built in New Zealand at the time. It was the preconceived limit of what was possible with this engine. Number one, I had no idea what I was doing. Number two, I built it part-time while studying and working a $13 an hour job. Number three, I funded the project on a shoestring budget, $13 an hour job. Why am I talking about a car I built when I was 18? Because this car taught me a huge lesson that I carried into business. To succeed, you must believe in your ability to figure it out. When you're pushing yourself, you never have all the answers. You never know what to do. Everything is the first time. Everything is trial and error. When you're pushing yourself, you never have to have all the answers. You never know what to do. Everything is the first time. Everything is trial and error. Fast forward 10 years to this current day, I've applied this simple principle to starting consulting.com and grow it to $30 million a year in 6 years' time. When I started out in business, I had no idea what I was doing. The only thing I had was belief in my ability to figure it out. The best skill you can have is the skill of learning any possible skill. The best thing you can learn is how to learn anything. Learn how to learn, get skilled at getting skilled. Once you have this ability, you can do whatever you want.
All right. You guys see that? So, first part, first sentence, time and place. When I was 18 years old, I pulled out my car, decided I was going to rebuild it from the ground up as a race car. Time and place, right? And then it's the problem and resolution. He tried to build it up, put it all together, and then it was the best Subaru. And then it's the lesson, right? When you're pushing yourself, you never have all the answers. You never know what to do. Everything is first time. Everything is trial and error, right? And this one, okay, there's the call to action here is very, very subtle. Where is it? There you go. Exactly. It's in the link. It doesn't say directly into it, but aren't you kind of curious about it? And even though he doesn't directly tell you to click on it, if you click on it, then then it works.
Yeah. So something that's really key about what Peter just said too, is that the fact that this link is actually a little bit more hidden actually brings in more serious leads. So I wouldn't be surprised if the lead cost for this ad was a little bit higher, but converted much better, because the person that actually reads with that much intent to go, oh shit, there's the link hidden in there. That's how you know that person is serious. And not to mention, like Peter already said too, that there is more than likely a learn more button on this ad with a headline. And if you click that image, it takes you to the site. But very, very important that, it's a lot of like, value driven, belief shifting content that makes you pre-frame for what he's going to show you on the next page.
Now, we're not saying to hide your call to actions, just to be very, very clear. Okay?
Yeah, it's something more advanced, the way you just did.
So here's the rule that I follow is you have to master the rules before you can break them. The person who's written this ad has mastered the rules and now he's breaking them. So take what you can learn from this, but don't try and copy it. Right? Be smart about it. if you see Peter writing the most advanced piece of copy ever, and you go, wait, this breaks all the rules that you just taught us, there's more than one way to do copywriting. There's more than one way to make a sale. So you have to use your critical thinking skills and go, oh, he's learned the rules, now he can break them. I'm still learning the rules. I'm going to stick to what I know is true until I can then break the rules once I get good enough. Now you're going to start asking, but when do you know you're good enough? And, well, I can't ever tell you the answer to that. That's up to you. Don't try, just don't try to be creative, especially right off the bat.
That is like a great point. And I see it happen so often too. I got another analogy I want to share. Is it cool if I share it? All right. Who here plays basketball? Who here watches basketball? Okay. I am a huge basketball fan. I'm a huge Kobe Bryant fan. My first game that I watched Kobe on TV is one of those square televisions that were like more cube televisions. So it was pretty back in the day. And I watched a game where Kobe Bryant scored 50 points. He hit a three-pointer to get into overtime. It was against the Portland Trailblazers. And he hit another three to win the game. So Kobe Bryant, he's one of my like I have a book in my room with his face on it, and I always love what Kobe did because I knew he was a hard worker. But if you ever watch Kobe Bryant's play the game, you'll see a lot of his shots are really tough. You'll see he does a lot of fadeaways. So fadeaways, basically you're kind of jumping backwards away from the defense and you're shooting over the outstretched arms of the defender, right? And he will make this with great consistency. He will make it seem so tough. He will make a great consistency. And of course, this looks cool. So when I started playing pickup basketball, I see these people dressed in Kobe jerseys. They have the arm sleeve, they have the headband, they have the newest shoes. And guess what they were doing? They were trying to copy Kobe. They had all the gear. They were trying to shoot fadeaways. And guess what happened to the shots? Clank, bricks, misses, not even close. So that's what happens when you try to copy something advanced when you don't have the fundamentals down. And do you think Kobe started shooting fadeaways from the beginning? No. What did Kobe focus on in the beginning? Fundamentals. Basics. Exactly. The basics, the fundamentals. And once you've mastered that, then you can start shooting fadeaways. Then you can start breaking rules. Then you can start being admired as a genius, when in reality, you had to master basics to begin. Does that help? Does that make sense?
Great analogy, Peter.
Great. Sorry, Eddie, go ahead. You want to share something?
I was just going to say, we're not even close to being halfway through class. We're already 2 hours in.
Should we move faster? So like speed through the slides, you know?
I don't know about speed through the slides, but maybe pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
We'll see. All right. One more thing I want to address here. It's something that actually Steven told me recently. It's when you have conversion disguised as content, it becomes way more powerful, right? And Steven, do you want to say something about that point too?
Yeah, sure. We can talk about that. So, can't remember the context of our conversation, but to sum it up, if you, what's the like outside of HIC, right? Most people they don't, they're not attracted to advertising. You know, we're the weird ones. We when we see a good piece of advertising, we're like, oh man, what are they doing? We try to dissect it, this and that. That's not everyday people in everyday life. Everyday life on Facebook. What do they do when they see a bad ad? Scroll right past it, right? They skip it. They don't even bother looking at it. So that's why the best ads are really the ones that are disguised as content. The ones that can add a lot of value, can shift beliefs, can remind them of something, right? Can feel like they're part of something. Those are the best ads. They are the ones that are disguised as content. You with me so far? So just keep that in mind because it's very, very, I've seen this happen a lot. Whenever someone first picks up copywriting, they try to write like John Carlton. They try to write, they make their copy sound like advertising, like almost intentionally. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't make your ad sound like advertising. It's like, how can I say this? It's not like we're trying to be manipulative or sneak or anything like that. It's simply understanding how human beings work and how they react to things, right? If your headlines are super hypey, super like John Carlton, not only is it chances are it's not compliant anymore and on Facebook, but also people get turned off, right? If your readers are turned off, then they're going to stop reading.
Yeah. And guys, when we say disguise means it fits in with the platform, right? It's not sneaky. It's part of the platform. So when you look at this post, doesn't it look like something that somebody would post on a personal Facebook profile? Right? Like it belongs there.
Yeah.
So when it's in disguise, it means it belongs there. People will read it and they're not going to be like, oh, this is an ad, because as soon as someone's reading something it's like this is an ad, they have a block up. They don't want to be taken advantage of. They don't want to be manipulated, right? But when it belongs on the platform, they think they're actually participating into the content, into the copy. They're way more likely to engage with it, especially if they're clicking on that hidden link. They're definitely primed, right?
And we haven't really seen examples so far. The ones we shared are more like story frameworks. My personal favorite ads are the ones where I'm reading it, I'm getting value from it. I'm like, oh crap, I never thought about, they're giving tips in the ad, and they're like at the end of it, they're like, learn something, just click on this, I got more to show you. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. I love that kind of stuff, right?
That's great, Steven, because Ed,
that's the next one we're going to talk about.
Viral ads, Ed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's how to write viral ads, how to hide your conversion inside of incredible content that cannot help but make your audience want to click. Steven, that was the most perfect segue.
Oh, yeah. We call that an alley-oop.
But we don't shoot fadeaways here. We don't do alley-oops.
Yes.
Right.
So the more trust you build, the more sales you make. Holy crap. How true is that? The more trust you build, the more sales you make. So just like Steven said, the more value that he has been given in an ad, and then somebody gives him the opportunity to learn more, he's more inclined, because he goes, oh, wow, if this is their free stuff, imagine what their paid stuff is like. So for you, odds are you probably watch Sifu's YouTube channel and you go, wow, this stuff is great. You know, this is all free. Imagine what his paid content is like. Imagine what HIC is like, what HTC is like. That's the power of the shareable ad. And the reason why it's called, I call it the shareable or the viral. So we'll say viral. The reason why we call it the viral ad is because it's the type of ad that's so valuable that people will share on their Facebook posts and go viral. So you don't have to market it. It's just free money coming in. So
Yes. A quick thing about virality, if I may.
yeah, sure.
Cool. A quick thing about virality. The thing is, there is a reason people share things. People will only share something if they feel like it's gonna make them look good. Right? I'll say again. People are only gonna share something if it makes them look good. That's why you share puppy videos. You share cat videos because they're cute, and then you know your friends are gonna laugh, and your friends are laughing because you're the one who showed them that video. Right? It's the reason why you don't share ads. Because if you just share an ad to a friend, they're like, "The hell are you trying to sell me something?" And that makes you look not good. Makes you look slimy. Makes you look a bit like value taking. Right? So when you think about virality, think of what's something that people are going to want to share, because once they share it to someone else and then they like it, they're going to want to share it, they're going to want to share it, and it becomes a network effect. So not like an MLM, but network effects. Okay. So who's ready for an example?
So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to give you an example of the viral ad so you get to recognize its powerful effects. And once we go through that, then we'll break down the formula for you and give you some more examples. Okay? Okay.
Cool beans. Let's get it.
All right. And by the way, this is again one of the ads that we are running right now that's doing quite well. So again, this is tried and true. This is real stuff that's going on right now. If I were starting all over again from nothing, I would focus on these 4 things. Number 1, mindset. This is the foundation for all success. Isn't that true, by the way? How you think becomes how you act, and how you act becomes your reality and your results. A lot of people think just by learning some new tips or tricks, they'll become wealthy, but they're not willing to work hard. They're not willing to invest in themselves, and they're not willing to give it their all. And those are the people who end up being wannabes. Number 2, money. I'm not talking about having physical cash to start off with to invest. No, I'm talking about being able to produce serious amounts of it so you can rely on yourself and only yourself to make you money. This has nothing to do with stocks, real estate, Amazon selling, e-commerce, or anything like that. I'm talking about a skill that can make someone $10,000 a month. No business, no investments, just themselves. If you want to know the number 1 money skill I've used to create an amazing life for myself, my wife, my family, and my students, I put together a free 4-day training to help you get started fast here. Number 3, mastery. Mastery of self, mastery of money, mastery of mindset, mastery of success. Some people start making a decent income, then they stop working hard. They stop working on themselves every single day, and they give into laziness. Mastery is the constant pursuit of success and mastery of your skills and your mindset, and is a core part of becoming wealthy. Number 4, mission. Now, this 4th step comes after the other 3. It's hard to change the world if you can't even change your own life. It's hard to give back when you have nothing to give. How can you save others if you're drowning? Exactly. So how will you give back to your world? How will you make life better or easier for others? What is your mission? Let me know your mission below. And what do you think of posts like this one? Do you like getting valuable ones like this? Let me know your thoughts. Boom. Who got value out of that one? Who thought that was insightful?
Now, the funny thing about this ad too is that we had just finished like filming with Sifu like a couple days before when this image was taken. And then I was looking through the images, seeing what we could use. And I was like, yo, Ed, Sifu's holding up his fingers like in a, number 4 kind of thing. I was like, can you write an ad that basically has like 4 things in it that sounds cool, like 4 M's, or like, what are some 4 things that people can do and take away from it? But I told them, make it super valuable, like actually make it so it's something that they can take away and use and really impact people. And then boom, there you go. You got an award-winning ad right there.
In 15
15
minutes.
minutes.
It's true. I wrote it in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Everything ad does takes 15 minutes.
Hey, not everything.
Some take 2.
Whoa! All right,
Oh my
Peter.
God.
Oh man.
All right, red card. Let's
Oh
keep it
jeez.
PG. All right.
Copywriter's gone wild.
Right.
Oh jeez, man.
Cool.
So,
that was the-
who wants to know?
Bonus, man. Copyright's gone wild.
Hey, who knows? HIC bonus coming soon.
Steven's lead director there.
Yeah, I'll be the director in that one.
Yeah.
So, viral ad formula. What is the formula? Well, the problem. Where are they now? So, where are they now? Then the content. What information, mistakes, problems, questions need to be addressed to help the issue they're facing? It's usually 1, 3, or 5 things. This one was 4 because Sifu had his 4 fingers up, but normally it's 3 to 5. 3 or 5. And the solution is, where do they want to be? Does this formula look familiar? Where else have you seen a formula very similar to this? PAS, that's right. So instead of the problem, and then we agitate the problem, and then we give them a solution, we create the problem, we create content regarding the problem to help solve it, and then if they want even more information to get to where they want to be, that's when we give the call to action. So the difference is one has content, the other one pours the salt on the wound.
It was pretty funny because it's a PAS, like PCS, and then
Perfect
PCS
closing
is perfect closing script, and that's almost what you did in perfect closing script too. Because you gave him content and stuff.
That's true.
It's interesting. All right.
There's hidden
So-
gems in this class here.
Hidden gems.
I see some people are asking, when should you use problem agitate solution versus when you should use problem content solution? Well, it's up to you. There's so many different ways to do things. Just pick one and go for it. Whatever works.
Yeah, realistically, with something like this, you can test it. But at the same time, something you may want to consider is doing a PAS, so problem agitate solution, is really good for like a cold audience, like when it's just somebody who's putting an ad out and it's the first time that people are seeing their ads from these people, stuff like that, because they have to introduce the problem and agitate it to make them to like get action. Whereas what we've actually seen with data is that the PCS kind of thing here, where the problem content solution, the content, it usually resonates better, and this type of ad actually resonates a lot better with a warm audience. So if it's like people that are posting it organically on their, Facebook, Instagram pages and directing them to the bio link in their Instagram profile, it's like if it's somebody who's already a fan and the trust is already there, they're expecting you to give them some sort of value exchange in the content, and it actually performs better with the ads usually.
Thank you, Blake. So, who's ready for the next example? All right.
All right. I like this example. This is a pretty funny one.
I like it. So imagine we are tomato farmers and we are selling an organic weed killer. Our audience is people who want to grow their delicious, delicious tomatoes. They can make salad with it, tomato soup, whatever it is. They just love their tomatoes.
Yeah, man. I hate it when my tomatoes aren't delicious.
Right? So the problem that you're facing is your tomatoes are not growing. Peter, how does that make you feel?
It sucks, man, because you put so much love and effort into it, and it just doesn't turn out the way you want it to.
Yeah, that's no fun. So there's 3 mistakes. Remember, 3 either questions, important pieces of information, objections that people might have around the topic. So here are 3 mistakes that people make that make their tomatoes not grow. Number 1, they either use too much water, their tomatoes are hanging around the wrong plants, or they're using harmful weed killers. There are many harmful chemicals most weed killers use that stunt the growth of your tomatoes and make them less juicy. And the solution is we have an organic weed killer that does not kill your tomatoes. Right? Because mistake number 3 is using harmful weed killers. And in mistake number 3, we would tie in content around how there are harmful chemicals most weed killers use. However, ours doesn't. So let's go into it. For the next few slides, red is the problem, yellow is the content, green is the solution. So here it is. Here's the first viral ad breakdown. Did you know that there are 3 common mistakes most people make that stunt the growth of their tomatoes? So that's the problem. If somebody has tomatoes and they're either worried about their tomatoes being not growing, or their tomatoes are already not growing, then they will pay attention to this. So we call that the problem. Now let's give them some solution. Let's give them some content. So mistake number 1 is you use too much water. That's right. Too much water is actually bad for your plants. Here's why. And then we go into a bit of the explanation. So we say, you know what, science has shown that too much water actually drowns your plants. It's like, imagine if you drink too much water and not enough time to breathe, you're going to drown, right? Well, your plants are the same way. And then mistake number 2 is your tomatoes are hanging around the wrong plants. Just like if you hang around the wrong people, if your tomatoes hang around the wrong plants, they're in for a problem. Here's why.
I love this
because,
one. Sorry, keep going. I like people in the chat are playing. Oh yeah, because they're hanging out with the bad apples.
That's true. Don't hang out with the bad apples. Because, you know, if they're hanging around with the weeds, the weeds take up all their energy and their sunlight and the water, and they're just bad. They're just a bad influence on your tomatoes, and they shouldn't be hanging around the wrong plants. Okay. Mistake number 3. Using harmful weed killers. So here's where we begin to set up the pitch. There are many harmful chemicals most weed killers use that stunt the growth of your tomatoes and make them less juicy. Now, in some ads, you would probably want to talk a bit about those harmful chemicals, but I'm not going to go into that because I truthfully know nothing about tomatoes. And let's just say it's full of harmful chemicals like bleach or something. And then you talk about the harmful effects of bleach and how if it gets into your digestive system, it's bad for you. So we can actually mix a little bit of the problem agitate solution here as well. We put a bit of the agitate here if you really want to make it a bit more advanced. So we basically say how bad certain types of weed killers are. And then we go, well, what if there was an organic weed killer that didn't kill your tomatoes or stunt their growth? Oh, okay, I'm kind of interested in hearing about this. There is. I've been using this to grow my tomatoes and all my friends are jealous. Click here to get a bottle of the only organic weed killer that does not kill your tomatoes. Boom. So we give them value. We show them some of the reasons why their tomatoes may not be growing as fast as they want to. And then we offer a solution around the third one, the third mistake, the third piece of information.
Mm-hmm. And one thing about value, because you hear us say a lot about giving value, being valuable, delivering valuable content. Well, what does value actually mean? That might be one question you have right now, right? So value, think of it this way. In this case, it's basically anytime you can make the reader go, oh, that makes sense. I get it now, right? That is a form of value. Does that part make sense? Yes, right. And we saw it with the first ad, the 4 M's ad, the mindset, money, mastery ad, you read it and you're kind of like, oh, that makes a lot of sense, right? And because you have that click in your head, because something makes more sense now, you trust that person more, right? You trust them more as the authority there. Because it's one thing to sound smart. It's another thing to help other people actually understand it. Wait, actually, I'll make this more quotable. I'll make this more quotable for you guys. It's one thing to sound smart. It's another thing to make other people feel smart.
Mic drop. Dope. I'm not jumping on that bandwagon.
Oh, jump on the bandwagon, man. Jump on the dope train. Jump on the dope train.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
I see a lot of people in the comments asking questions about, you know, what this is really all about and when to use the viral ad versus the PAS ad, or why we use the word only organic weed killer. This is just an example. We did not run this. Some people are asking, did this actually work? This is just an example to show you how the ad framework works. Not that we actually ran this ad. This is just an example. I love all the questions though. I love that we're critically thinking. We're asking a lot of really good questions. But let's stay focused on the important part, which is writing the copy that makes you money. Right? You can always come back and re-listen to class again. We can always rewatch the replay.
And at the end of the day, we don't want you guys to get caught up in the nuances of like, oh, well, what situation do I use what? It's like, realistically, you can write one and then it's like, if it doesn't actually work or produce the results a client's looking for, or it doesn't resonate with the audience, you just try a different way. And you don't want to ever think that either PAS or PCS or something like that is better than the other, because each one will work differently in different situations for different offers and different products and stuff like that. So yeah, just do it, just test it, just write it. And the whole point of this is to write this stuff in, like, this is like the easiest type of copy to write that you can test it quickly and alter it, edit it, and make changes.
Cool. Yeah, totally agree, guys. Like, focus on big picture. Don't get too lost in the details. Again, like the people I've seen who don't really make tremendous progress with copywriting, they'll focus on things like, why to use a period instead of a comma here? Why to use the ... instead of a question mark? Why did you write the number out using words instead of using the actual number? All right. Focusing on the wrong things here. Okay?
Yeah, that's just the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room here is, you know, it's great that you guys ask questions, but it's like a lot of it is the wrong type of question at this stage of the game. So, you know, just focus on like, what is PAS? What is like what are these different frameworks? And then just write a shit ton of ads that follow the framework, so that you're so good at it that once you've done your research and you tap into the emotion of the audience who is like, who the ad is for, it'll just flow. Like, Ed, if you remember the one time I was actually just getting started, you were actually teaching me a lot about copy when I first came onto the team. And the one day I told you, I'm like, look, I just like was really feeling something and I just wrote it. And you were like, you know what, this is pretty good. Let's clean it up a little bit and we'll post it. And then you just like cleaned up the framework, which by the way, is one of the same frameworks he's showing you right now. And then we posted the Instagram post And it was like one of the best engaged posts that we ever did. So focus on the framework and the fundamentals, guys.
Dope. Let's move on. Cool. All right. Viral ad exercise. 9 to 5 worker. And imagine we are selling HIC.
Precisely.
Right.
So the problem, where are they right now? Where are they right now? Stuck in a job. Not earning what they're worth, in debt. Exactly. Awesome. So what information, so if there are 3 important points that this person needs to know in order to escape their 9 to 5, what would they be? Skill, yes, great. Get a skill, good. Get a skill. I see. Get a mentor, nice. How to make money, mindset, nice, okay. Skill. Invest in yourself. Excellent. Okay, great. And community. Yep, mindset, community. That's a good one. Awesome. Okay, so where do they want to be? HIC. Yeah. Living their dream, earning more than they would at their job. Great. Okay. Out of their job, location dependent, rich. Exactly. Okay. So there we go. We just set up the framework for this ad. So they're trapped in a 9 to 5 job, not earning what they're worth. So the content is, well, so imagine we turn this content into an ad, right? So content is, number 1, pick a high income skill. Number 2, have a supportive community. Number 3 is get a mentor. And by the way, isn't HTC and HIC all of these 3 things? There we go. So the solution is join HIC so they can make 6 figures and quit their job.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. We just laid out the framework of your first viral ad.
Viral ad. There you
Yes.
go. I know
There
you
we
love
go.
PCS, man.
So once you create the layout of your copy, it's far easier to write it.
Yes. And guys, for this example, we didn't write it out for you. This is something for you guys to do. All right, so we have this framework. You have the problem, you have the content, you have a solution. Okay? And if you think about it, this is actually how a lot of our YouTube videos are formatted too. Right? Hey, are you trapped in a job, 9 to 5 job? Is your boss dictating what you're worth? Well, here are 3 things that I learned about what you need to do if you're trapped in a 9 to 5. Number 1, pick a high income skill. You see, most people are trapped in a low income job. Some people are trapped in a high income job. The difference is someone's always dictating what you're worth, not the marketplace. So what you need to do is you need to pick a high income skill. So what you're worth is dictated by a marketplace, not by a manager or a boss. Secret number 2, or have a supportive community. Warren Buffett famously said, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. That couldn't be more true. If you want to look at your life, look at your environment. Who's surrounding you? Who are your friends? Who are your family? What are they doing? Who's the most successful person in your circle? When you look at that, then you'll have your answer. Number 2, find a supportive community. Secret number 3, get a mentor. I was training Kung Fu, and my Kung Fu master, he said one of the most profound things to me that forever changed how I view learning, how I view mastery, how I view life and success. He said, it's not what you learn, it's who you learn from. It's not what you learn, it's who you learn from. What he meant with that, so many people can teach you tactics, strategy, but choosing who you learn from is the most important thing, because in the end, who you learn from is what is the results you're going to get. Right? So choose a mentor that has the results you want, that connects with you, that cares about you. That's secret number 3. Now, if you like all of that, you're still trapped in a 9-to-5 job, I actually have a training for you down below, how to make 6 figures and quitting your job. All right. So see, you use the same framework, you have the structure, and that's your ad. Make sense?
I do want to point out, like, we should have talked about this earlier, but like all of us, Blake, Peter, Ed, myself, we review a lot of copy. Like we look at all the copy that you submit, we review, other contractors that we work with, right? We review a ton of copy. And for me personally, the biggest challenge I see a lot of people have is the structure, like the way that they write their ads, the way that they write their emails, the way that they write their sales pages. It just makes no sense. You know how a copy is supposed to be like a slippery slide, right? Well, structure does so much of that for you, right? If you actually, the writing itself isn't too hard, but once you start writing it yourself, you'll find that sometimes it's not so easy to actually structure it if you didn't learn these lessons that we're showing you right now, the proven existing frameworks. It is so key that I can't even express. Like, it's just so common. The best copywriters I find, when they send me their stuff, it's just like, I'm like, this makes no sense at all. Different things, like just like jump from topic to topic, and there's no structure, and that's a big, big challenge. So I do want you to, I do see in the comment section, like people are like, what does this have to do with copy? Like, trust me, structure has so much to do with copy. It can make or break everything that you write.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, that's so true. I'm just gonna add a little bit more to that because structure is not just for ads and content. It's a structure for everything, like sales pages. Even when you see the most advanced sales pages, and they're like 50 to sometimes 60 pages, they all follow the same structure, right? They all have a structure to it. Even the best performing sales letters, they all have the similar structure to it, right? Focus on structure, and something Sifu has taught us from martial arts, it's structure over strength. When you have the right type of structure, you don't have to put as much effort. When you have the right structure, you don't have to put as much hustle into it. When you have the right structure, you don't need to be as creative. Cool. All right, next one.
All right, advertorial. That's right. So it's a combination between an ad and an editorial. It should feel like a news story, and it's perfect for Facebook and news-related sites. So what's an example of it? Let's take a look. Breaking: 26-year-old hits highest rank of his company using only Facebook ads. And then when you click the link, it just goes right to his landing page. It's that simple. It's just a really newsworthy article.
Mm-hmm. And when you guys look at this at first glance, are you kind of confused, right? You don't think it's an actual ad, right? Does this look like a typical ad to you? Right? No. It looks like it could be an ad, but like could be like an ad from like a news site. Right? Looks like it could be a story, something they could focus on. It doesn't look like it's going to be directly pitching you something. And I've shared this example before, but one of the best ads that Dollar Shave Club has run. So if you're not sure what Dollar Shave Club is, it's a subscription-based shaving company that they basically mail out a use a razor to you every month for as little as $1, right? And one of the best ads they ran was was similar to this ad, but the headline is how this one man is disrupting a $1 billion agency industry. Another ad was why are $1 billion shaving giants afraid of this one little man, right? And those ones go into the article about it, but they are also selling their actual service. Okay, this one make sense for you guys? Yes.
All right, next example.
Boom. Oh, cool. Sorry, there's one more thing. I don't even want to. One thing I think we wanted to run, but we never ran, was like how does a man with an Asian accent accidentally got 1 million followers on YouTube? Right. I think that was a story we wanted to run, but for some reason we couldn't run it. I think it might have been something to do with compliance, but oh. Anyways, guys, you guys ready for the next one? Cool. Number 5. The mechanism ad. This is one of my more favorite ones because it's more applicable to the vast majority of markets because of the stage they are in terms of stage of market sophistication, right? So let's look at what this is. It works well for market sophistications in the stages of 3 and 4. What's different about them is they focus on the mechanism of how they will get the result. When people read your ad, you want them to think, oh, that makes sense. I can see why that works, right? It's like another form of value, but that's the type of response you want people to read that's the type of response you want people to have when they read your ad, if it's a mechanism ad. Okay, you guys ready for an example? Cool. Example is a smartphone side hustle. Blake, do you want to read this one?
Sure can do. So if you've got a smartphone right now and it's costing you money every month, you're doing something wrong. Polarizing statement.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm talking about the thing that most people use to play Candy Crush or swipe on Tinder or Snapchat their best friends. What if that very same phone could be used not just to cover your phone bill, but much, much more? What if you could turn your phone into your first or next side hustle? Here's how it works. You probably noticed the amount of coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs, and business owners starting to fill up the marketplace, right? Well, the way that they sell their products and services is, you guessed it, over the phone. Now, here's the problem. A lot of these new people want to grow their business by selling more of their products or services, but they're stuck. Stuck on the phone trying to get people to buy their product or service, stuck working too long and too hard, and they're frustrated because they need help and they need it fast. That's where you come in. You could leverage your own phone, which by the way, you're already paying for every month, and help them out in exchange for a handsome commission check. How? I put together a completely free video for you here, breaking down the whole thing. There's no opt-in required, no email address required, and it's free. So you could go out and figure this out on your own, and that's fine. That's how I learned. However, I faced a lot of embarrassment, mistakes, and wasted opportunities trying to figure this whole thing out. Or you could get a better understanding of what I mean by watching this short video I put together for you. It's only 10 minutes long because time is valuable. There is no catch. In fact, you don't even have to opt into anything. It's absolutely free. So why would I give this to you for free? Because when you click the link and go to the next page, after you finish watching the video, you'll have the chance to book a consulting call with my team. On the call, you can ask them anything you want about how this skill works and how to start using it today so your phone can become an asset instead of something that costs you money. And if you so choose, you'll have the opportunity to continue learning with me, and you'll go on a 7-week journey going deep into how this skill works and how to use it to the highest level. Remember, there is no pressure to book a call, no obligation to join the 7-week journey after the call. I want to be honest with you about how this all works because there's a lot of people out there who aren't clear with their intentions. So if you're ready for that, go here to watch the video. And if you feel like applying to join the 7-week journey and discovering how we can help you and guide you to create this new side hustle for you, you can do so by hitting the button below the video on the next page. I'll see you soon.
Boom. Yes. Who thought that was a great ad? And this idea for this ad, like, who was it? Was it Ed or was it you, Blake?
Ed, do you remember? It might have been me, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blake, it was you and me, buddy.
Yeah. Dude, they're a great team.
Iceman and Maverick.
All right, guys. Can you see where the mechanism is here? Smartphone side hustle. Okay. You can kind of tell where the mechanism is. If you look at a line near the middle of this ad, it says, here's how it works. Here's how it works. All right. First, you start off with a benefit. Say, hey, did you know you can turn your phones into your first or next side hustle? You get them interested. Here's how it works. All right. And yes. Cool. Next example. You guys ready? Cool. Secure the bag. Imagine owning a 20-unit complex and charging $1,000 a month for each unit. Now pretend each unit is a tiny website that made you in one afternoon. That's what we do. Build, rank in Google, then rent itty-bitty websites to small business owners. And they send us a check every 30 days for years to come. Why do they do that? One word, customers. They don't have the time, interest, or know-how to get more themselves, but we do. Our tiny websites flood them with calls and emails and ultimately lots of new sales. So they're tickled pink to pay us because they're making back our fee several times over. It's a win-win. Why are you telling me? Well, if you like a simple side hustle that works, you should look into this. All you need is a laptop, the ability to follow directions, and a burning desire to create a better life for you and your family. And the rest, we can teach you. Why would you do that? Because we're already in the trenches, doing daily ourselves. Why not double dip and sell the how-tos as well? Won't that ruin a good thing? No, not when there are millions of niches to choose from. We can't serve them all, not without a massive team, which we have no desire to build. What if I'm not technical? Neither are we. That's why our process is point, click, drag, drop, rinse, repeat. If you're coachable, you can do it. No problem. How much time would I need? You can set one of these microsites up in a day, heck, an afternoon once you get good. Then you'll need an hour or two a day for a short while to get it ranked. And then once it's getting leads, it's mostly hands-free. How do I get someone to actually pay me for the leads though? Think Costco. Samples. Get them a handful of leads for free. Let them close a deal or two. Then name your price. This way, there's no pressure to sell. Simply serve. It sounds too good to be true. Thought you might say that. So you create a step-by-step training video where in 17 action-packed minutes, we'll show you exactly how to do this entire process yourself, starting from scratch. It's 100% free. Just enter a valid email here, and we'll send it straight to your inbox. What's the catch? After it's over, we'll tell you about our paid program, which you can join down the road if you want to, or you can completely ignore it. Your call. Sound fair? If so, sign up here, and we'll see you in the free video. Cool. Who can see how this is a mechanism ad? How they basically just explain to you how something works. All right, good. So that's the mechanism ad. And how to find your mechanism is you to know your offer inside and out, right? Look at your offer and think, are there ways your offer is different in a non-obvious way? what exists in your offer that has not been featured in the marketplace? Right? So again, go back to the beer example, where every beer company, we're going through the same distillation process. They triple distilled or something. But one person actually started marketing it and saying, hey, we triple distill your beers, so it's the cleanest, smoothest tasting beer you ever have. Our patented process. They're focusing on the mechanism. And let's say if you're selling some nutrition stuff, some nutrients or supplements, you can focus on one specific ingredient. Like I bought this sleep supplement that says, hey, there's one secret ingredient that will get you better quality sleep, more energy, more virality. And literally, it was just talking about magnesium. It was just talking about magnesium, which is a very simple supplement nutrient in every sleep supplement, in every muscle relaxant supplement. It's like it exists in the marketplace, but they just focused on it and expressed it in a unique way. Okay. Do you guys understand the mechanism ad? Do you see how it works? Good. This is one of my favorite ones. Yeah. Lastly, let's talk about the next one, the testimonial ad. Ed, you want to read this one?
Let's do it. So it's great for warmer audience or people who are on the fence. It's usually to get rid of the, I don't know, like, I don't know if this is legit, like maybe this is not for me. It's really to focus on getting rid of their objections. So for example, oh, but I'm different. This won't work for me because blah, 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 right? So social proof here, or using testimonials like we talked about before, is crucial, because it's one thing to say something about yourself. It's another thing to have somebody else say something about you. So here's the example of the first ad from someone who's personally used one of our closers. And the quote and the testimonial here is, $12 million in my pocket is what I believe I would have above and beyond what I've made in the last 10 years alone had I found Danlock sooner. Boom. That's some social proof. For someone who's thinking about using our closers, that is some serious testimonial power right there. That would get somebody who's on the fence to want to learn more about working with our closers.
Yes. Next one.
Meet Danielle Leslie. She used to work at Udemy, online course platform, then decided to create a course of her own. Udemy taught her everything about creating a course, how to pick a niche, create the content, structure everything, etc. What she didn't know was how to market and sell courses. So this is telling this girl's story, and in the ad, they tie in, if you want to know how she did it, then click here to find out. So that's using someone else's story in your ad, the testimonial.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best razor I have ever used. Emily, member since 2018. If you notice, a testimonial doesn't always have to be in quotations from the last one. It could also be just talking about someone's testimonial, talking about someone else's story from using the product or service.
Mm-hmm.
So what was your biggest takeaway from this section? We've gone over a lot. We've really gone over time here. But what is your biggest takeaway so far? Mechanism, ads can be fast and easy. Just do it. Structure, structure, structure. Yes, structure is very important. How to add value. Structure. A lot of people like the structure part. I'm glad.
That's good, because it's like, other than research, it's one of the most important things.
Absolutely. It's like laying out the map before you go on an adventure. Right. So these frameworks are great, but if no one reads the ad, it doesn't matter. So that's why we have what's called the 2 lines rule. So here's how to grab people's attention with the 2 lines rule. So what is the 2 lines rule? The 2 lines rule is there are the first 2 lines of each ad are imagine you've written an ad and someone's seeing your ad. There's only 2 lines that they can see of your ad, and they have to click the see more button to keep reading. So you have to hook them on just those first 2 lines. So we're going to show you how to do exactly that, so people read your ads. So for example, there are 7 mentalities you must avoid if you want to become successful in life. First of all, who wants to know what the hell those 7 mentalities are? There we go. So you see, there are 7 mentalities you must avoid if you want to become successful in life. That's the first 2 lines right there. Let's go to the next one. Again, so to show you, this is designed for mobile as well, because there's only 2 lines until you have to press the continue reading button. So this is really to showcase. So here's the first secret: dialogue, bringing somebody into the action right away. So what's the first example? The worst marketing campaign of my life. That's dialogue. Don't you want to know more about that? And then it continues. I wanted to snap my MacBook in half and hurl it into my front yard. I don't think my homeowners association would appreciate that very much. Next one.
Mm-hmm. And these are ones that we've used. These are good examples. So let's go to this one.
Mom, what's wrong? Imagine you saw that at the top of someone's post. Wouldn't you want to click and read more? And then it continues. I still remember the look on my mom's face that day. And then it tells the story.
Yeah, and there's one we've used in the actual, in the ad, right?
We have.
Yeah.
We've actually run this one as an ad.
Yeah, we talked this talks about the story of Sifu when he comes back home and sees his mom in her room. Yeah, cool. Let's take a look at the next one.
I can't take it anymore. My wife slammed the door in my face and walked out on me. Again.
Oof.
This is not an ad that we've run. I hope you have not experienced this, but this is an incredible dialogue to throw someone into to get them to keep reading.
Boom.
You think that Dan Locke guy is going to help you? Have you ever had a close friend or family member say something like this to you since you joined HIC?
Who's going to read that after? Who's in HIC is going to keep reading this post? They saw that in the first 2.
That's the power of the 2-line rule.
Yes. Use dialogue. Dialogue injects people into the story, right? Right into the middle of the story, and it bypasses all the conscious filters. So dialogue's super powerful. Think about how you can use it to help your own stories, help your own ads.
This is to help you write the first 2 lines of your ad. This is to help you hook and grab in the readers to make them read it.
Mm-hmm. That was attention grabbing secret number 1, dialogue. Who's ready for attention grabbing secret number 2?
Oh, wow. That was a fast response.
All right, let's go.
Number 2, questions. Now, they're not just any questions. These ones are hard-hitting questions, benefit-giving questions.
Ed, sorry to interrupt you here. This is Desmond here. Maybe it's just age or something like that, but we've been going for almost 3 hours. This is like phenomenal, and you guys are going at breakneck speed. I'm just thinking maybe for the members in Europe or around the world, they may need a top up on their coffee or maybe even a bio break for some of the other members. So what do you think? Do you think we should just take maybe a 2-minute break, maybe a 3-minute break, or do you want us to keep going, guys? You tell us in the comments.
I hear a break.
Break.
Okay.
All right. Let's take a break.
All right. Okay. So we are going to take exactly how many minutes, Airhead? 3 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. This is some big stuff. Run. Go get your coffee, get your tea. Tina,
Run,
do we have
baby,
any,
run.
Do we have any updates, Tina, for the HIC members? How have they been with support? I know support's been saying they've been extremely resourceful. I'm not hearing a lot of
Yes.
negative comments. So well done to the high income copywriters, those that are still on the call. But if I were you, stretch, move around a bit. If you have a standing table, stand up. If you need to move around, get that done. Go get a glass of water, get your tea, get your coffee, go grab a snack, use the bio break.
Definitely. And just for the people who are asking about the testimonials email, it will be sent along with your replay after this class. If you're listening to the replay, then you probably already got the email itself. All right, awesome. So while the bio break and the tea and the coffee and the people who are secretly on this class, whether you're at work or you're in the dungeon, at home, right, away from the kids or the spouse or whoever, right, your roommates, wherever you are, I just wanted to check in and see how everybody's doing specifically with your assignments. I know a lot of people, and we can see in our emails, I saw a lot of people who sent it in last minute, right before the class starts. And I love that. Because the time is ticking and you take this extremely seriously to send it in. So if you are the one who have done the assignments, put in the chat, yes, especially if you're last minute.
I don't know, Tina. Last minute though. That's
I
cutting
mean,
it pretty close.
I know, but I'm just saying, I want to applaud the people because some people, they might give up because we see people who didn't, and maybe
That is
last
true.
minute they're
That
just
is true.
thinking, you know what, I'm just not gonna do it. They're
That is
not
true.
gonna know.
I can see all of you liking Tina a lot more than me because I've got to crack the whip on some of you.
Oh man, the Sarge.
That's right. That's my copy. I'm the Sarge.
Okay.
But it is the
Are we
fact.
ready?
Oh, Ed's back. Okay,
Oh,
here
the
we
3
go.
minutes. There we go.
I gave you guys an extra minute. Don't go abusing that.
All right.
Ed's gonna be the new Sarge.
Watch out.
Sergeant Ed. I like that.
Excellent.
Jeez, he grows a beard and all of a sudden he's a sergeant. All right, let's hit it.
Let's talk about attention grabbing secret number 2.
Questions. Ooh. So here's the first one. And remember, before the break started, we said questions can be controversial, they can be bold, or they can be very benefit driven. It depends on the type of question you want to ask. Here's an example of one of our ads. Should college degrees or diplomas dictate our worth? Well, it did back in the 60s and 70s. If you're somebody who agrees with the fact that degrees and diplomas should not dictate our worth, then you are going to keep reading. So a lot of you watching this right now would probably keep reading this.
Mm-hmm. And as you look at the next couple examples, think about which market is being hit with these ones and who will resonate with actual questions, right? So the next one is going to be,
boom. Want to generate more clients on demand? Here's how I'm able to get 12 new clients per month. So if you're a high income copywriter, which I hope you are, and you want to know how this person's able to get 12 new HIC clients per month, I think you'd be pretty interested to know exactly how they do that. You'd want to keep reading. Want to generate more clients on demand. So that is a benefit-driven question. And here is an empathy question. Have you ever noticed that the cost of living keeps going up, yet we're still not making enough to live comfortably? Boom. Anyone who says yes to reading that, they gonna keep reading. Do you see how it just hooks them in? That's the power of these. Let's go to the next one.
mm-hmm.
Attention grabbing secret number 3, curiosity. So we've gone through questions. We've had a dialogue. Now it's curiosity.
See what this one is.
If you were a spy, you'd have this luggage. Now, what is it about this luggage that, like, also it's awesome that the photo is just the airport security. There's like, well, what is this luggage? Why is it so special? Why would it matter if I was a spy? And the headline is the luggage James Bond would carry. You don't need to have long copy to get the click, to get people intrigued. I'm very curious. I was like, whoa, that's cool. It really
Yeah,
catches your attention.
I clicked that too. The thing is, this one has no benefit to it, right? Because it teaches curiosity, just purely on curiosity for this one, right? So here are some other examples. This app is ruining millennials' shot at landing their next job interview. Are you using it? If you're a millennial, you use apps, and you're reading this, you're gonna be like, what is it? I want to know. Is it Instagram? Is it Snapchat? Is it Facebook? I want to know so I don't like make a mistake, right? It's very similar to the do you make these mistakes in English ad, right? You don't want to be unknowingly making a mistake that could be harming you, right? Next one. There's an odd chemical in your daily cup of joe that causes migraines and stress. Here's what it is. I'm assuming cup of joe is like coffee, so I'm pretty sure Blake will read this.
Maybe.
All right, if you're doing coffee, you probably won't read this. So make sure your question or your curiosity hook is related to the reader. All right, that's how you're going to get them to read. Boom. I'll let you. Yeah, go for it.
I'll let you in on a little secret. You've got power inside you that most people don't understand.
I do?
Yeah, you do. Click the link and find out and buy my shit.
What's this power? Oh, man. What's this inside me?
Oh, Peter, we're not going there.
No, can you read it? Shush. I didn't mean that way.
Oh, man. So, yeah, people go, oh, what's the power? Like, what is this? Like, people love, if you've read One Sentence Persuasion, which I hope you have, you know that this is encouraging people's dreams. It's one of the powerful triggers. That's right. People will keep reading on if you stroke their ego.
Yeah. Those are curiosity dialogue, right? The first two sentences. So you have curiosity, we have dialogue, we have questions. Are you guys ready for number 4 of 5 attention grabbing secrets? Put it in chat. Yes, let's go. Attention grabbing secret number 4, quotes. You want to use quotes because they lend you credibility. And quotes are different than dialogue because dialogue, even though they use a quotation mark, it's to inject you more into the story. For this one, quotes, what we mean is we're quoting someone like a celebrity or someone famous or someone with authority, and you borrowing their authority for our purposes. So for example, Drew Houston, the founder of Dropbox, said, "Don't tell the user what to think. A wonderful product speaks for itself. It will need no convincing on your part." So we're getting credibility from the founder of Dropbox, and we're using it to pitch our own ideas, right? One of the most powerful thing in, if you read Influence, Robert Cialdini, one of the triggers is authority. So when you can use authority in your copy, that's a powerful psychological trigger. Cool. Does this make sense? Perfect. Ed, you want to read this one?
Try not to become a man of success, but rather to become a man of value. Albert Einstein. So what's the fastest way to become a man of value?
Get a high income skill, baby.
Very, very true.
Or a woman of value.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course.
In order to be irreplaceable, one must always be different. Coco Chanel. Are you different like me?
I
And
am
then you can go
different.
and talk about how you were always a different one, but that's what made you successful because you were the only one who was different enough to take charge of your own life and not settle for the 9 to 5.
Yeah, it's cool. And everyone almost feels a bit different too. So I really like that line too. All right. That was attention grabbing secret. Number 4, quotes. Borrowing authority from credible people using their quotes. Are you guys ready for the last one? Attention grabbing secret number 5. Boom. Okay. Attention grabbing secret number 5, the controversial statement. And this is pretty self-explanatory. You start your first 2 lines off with a controversial statement, challenge an existing belief. A lot of people think that sales has to be slimy, pushy, or unethical. I disagree.
We actually used this in a few different ads, and each one of them performed quite well because, like, a lot of people hate sales and they don't want to be salesy or slimy or pushy. And unfortunately, we've got a lot of people who are still promoting that type of closing skill or selling style, and it doesn't even work that well anymore. Like it's just a numbers game, whereas you could play the HIC closer game, obviously, which, as we all know, is much better. But it's like, but this controversial belief has outperformed a lot of different angles.
Yeah. And this structure, this template, you can use for a lot of different things. It's like you gotta work out 6 times a week to get muscular and lose weight, right? I disagree. And I see in the comments, it's something like right, wrong, bullet. Do you guys remember the right, wrong, bullet? So there's a similar structure to that, similar psychology to that. You give them the conventional thought, and then you say, no, that's wrong, and here's why. Cool. This is one I like. Knowing where to start is one of the hardest parts of entrepreneurship. Everyone tells you to start a business, invest in some imaginary coin. All right. So the second part, everyone tells you to start a business, invest in some imaginary coin. You're attacking Bitcoin. You're attacking entrepreneurship because those are hot topics in the market. So you're doing a controversial statement. And I like the image of this one too, just because flipped upside down, it really catches your attention and you have to read it. And we're going to get into that right after this, actually. We're going to be talking about how images play a huge role in the copy too, especially for Facebook ads. So Ed, you want to read these ones?
You got it. Don't start a business until you read this. Here's the sad truth. If you're someone who's thinking about starting a business, or you've heard about it, or you even have one, you're going to be caught by this, and you're just going to have to read it.
Yes.
Is entrepreneurship a hoax? You've been sold this lie. And then you can go into talk about how entrepreneurship is not really the best way to go. It's to develop a high income skill. If you want to know the best high income skill, click the link below and sign up for my training. You shouldn't go to school. I didn't. And then we can talk about how I didn't even go to college, but I didn't go to school. I went to the school of hard knocks. I went 150K in debt, starting and failing 13 different businesses. I didn't find success until I found my first mentor, Alan Jacks. He taught me the high income skill of copywriting. Now, what is copywriting? Copywriting is a skill that allows you to write words that print money. And it's technically, well, some people call it closing in print. Some people call it salesmanship in print. If you want to know how you can develop the skill of high income copywriting as fast as possible and never have to go to school, again, click the link below, watch my training.
Boom. Good
By the
stuff.
way, like when you get to a level where you've just written so many ads, you can just like bang them out really fast.
Yes, 15 minutes or less. That's good. Way less than 15 minutes. I just did it like in a minute. Cool. Those were the 5 attention grabbing secrets, right? Controversial statements, questions, dialogue, curiosity. Are you guys, so those were the 5. Are you guys ready to move on to the next section? Great. Now you know how to write headlines and ads. There's one last ingredient to a successful ad. Can you guys guess what it is? I hear it. Both of them are good. Yes, we're gonna be talking about images and videos, or commonly known in the industry as creatives. So every time you have an ad, you also must pair it with an image or a video. And this is really important because all text, when you scroll through Facebook's feed, looks exactly the same. Good copy, bad copy, it looks exactly the same when you're scrolling through it. What's different are the images and the videos, right? Because a picture is worth 1,000 words, the old adage. And images and videos, they serve 2 purposes in your ad. One, to catch the attention, to stop them from scrolling. You want to get them out of the scroll mode, and you want to get them to pay attention. And number 2, you want to convey an emotion. You want to get them into the emotion that's going to be congruent to what you want them to do, right? You want them to be, if you want to be painful or you want to be sad before, so you can target the pain more. That should be the picture. If you want them to think more about their family and feel more warm, feel more responsible, you might want to show a family picture, right? You want to convey the emotion, all right? And it's important because the images you run best, it needs to have 20%, less than 20% of text on it. And I think Ed or Blake can talk more about why this is.
Blake?
Yeah, so basically, so Facebook has a text overlay rule of 20% where your images can't have more than 20% text on it. And the reason for this was because people were totally abusing the images, and they would just have like, they'd have images that was just full of text. It's just like a wall of text, or they would put all their copy into a photo. You know, there was so many things that people were doing that was just like super spammy, and it just took away from like that organic, authentic feel of the platform. So now they limit the text, which means that they make it so that you have to like follow a very limited amount of text. It's actually shocking how little text you can use. And to be honest, I don't think we ever use text at all. We really try to never use text in any of our ads, because if people are scrolling by, they're going to know in a second that it's an ad anyway. So I actually do not recommend having text on your images at all, unless it's something that it's like so easy to opt in for. For example, one of the, yes, it counts on Instagram as well. One of the things that, I really noticed that it does work well for is contests. Like if it's like a contest, if you have like simple image, like copy on it that says, donut sweepstakes, it's like everybody wants to win donuts. So it's like, it's super easy to get people to click on that. But other than that stuff, never use text on your images.
You know what I'm going to say. Dope. All right.
But yeah, test it. Somebody said memes are okay sometimes too. Just test different things. And as long as the meme does not take up over 20% of the text, you can try it.
Hey guys, if you're overwhelmed, if there's a lot of info to take in, that is okay. A lot of things we teach you guys are important. We do realize we're teaching you a lot of information, but we also know that we're sending you guys replays. And we know the part of the class is to go through the information again so you actually absorb everything. And like, let's just be frank here, because even if we even though there's less information, humans naturally forget 80% of the information the first time around. But they remember more when they repeat, when they implement, when they apply. So if you have to go back and go through replay and take notes again and actually implement each of the secrets, that's part of the process, right? Don't expect to have everything done in the first round. Don't think you're going to absorb all the information 100% in the first time round. It's okay to take more time to repeat, to actually let the lessons soak in. Sound good? Right.
And I see a lot of people asking about when we're going to talk about compliance and scalable copy. That's coming up very soon. We just have to cover this first. We have to lay the foundation
stuff
before we can get to the advanced stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right. So are you guys ready for the next part? Thank you. Let's get it.
Cool. So the 3 highest converting types of images and videos. Number 1, invisible. So this is, I call invisible because it's very stealth. It's under the radar and it does not look like an ad. Number 2, people. Well, there's people in it. It could be living beings like puppies, cats, animals, and living beings in general. And number 3 is demonstration, which is how the product or service works or what it is like to use the product or service. So let's go into some examples. Number 1, invisible. If you look at this, look at all these. Do any of these look staged? Do these look like actual ads for images for an ad? Or does it look like images somebody would post on their Instagram or on their Facebook? They're all very candid. So this is both invisible and a people ad because, as you can see, they're all people inside of these images. It's kind of like a slice of life photo almost. The next example is very similar. As you can see, it's a regular ad here. It's invisible because it looks like the author of the post is just getting some coffee with their friend here or their spouse or whoever. So it's invisible and it's a people post or people image, right? And people connect with people. If you don't have a human in your ads, in your images and videos, it actually converts far less.
And Facebook's algorithm also analyzes the emotions of the people and the things that they're wearing and all kinds of stuff that you don't know what's going on. So the fact that this woman is smiling also makes Facebook want to serve the ad more because it's like, oh, it's happy content. It's puppies jumping around and dancing around. That's what people want to see. If it's like a couple, like a newlywed couple, we've seen people do that before where they're both smiling. Facebook will recognize the smiles versus somebody who looks pissed off or frowning. It'll actually want to serve less because it may provide a negative experience for the Facebook users. And at the end of the day, Facebook only cares about positive user experience.
Cool. Next one.
Precisely.
Cool. Ready to move to next one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Look at this one. Now, this one's not quite so invisible. However, there's a person and there's a demonstration. So it may not be an actual person, it's a cartoon character of a person. And the demonstration is how the character looks, because this is a fitness ad, the athletic hero build. So this implies the demonstration of what their body is going to look like after they use the program. Also, if you notice, it follows the 20% text rule. You see in the bottom right corner, it says athletic hero build. That's less than 20% of the entire real estate of the ad or of the image. So that works just fine.
Right?
Yes, next one. People. We got some very interesting examples on this one, which I think you'll find very, very insightful. So if you look at this one, is this one invisible? No, it looks pretty staged, right? I mean, you got your little text there, right? Now, is there a person in here? Yes, there is. And is there a demonstration of the person using the product or service? No, he's not. So this is just a people ad. Let's go to the next one.
I like the next one. All right.
Oh, I know you do, Peter.
Whatever. It's interesting. It's a very interesting one.
It's good for data. Yes, it's good for data. This is Kylie Jenner, and this is probably the best ad image that you could find. Now, it's not because she's wearing an outfit with cleavage. Now, a lot of you are thinking, okay, you just put this on the screen because, okay, she's a celebrity or because she's attractive or whatever it is. But the truth is, the marketing here is very, very, very subtle. Look, is this invisible? It just looks like a selfie, right? It just looks like something you'd post on an Instagram photo, right? So it's invisible. Is this a person? Yes, it's a celebrity and an attractive person, but it's a person. Correct. As well, it's also a demonstration because she's demonstrating the product that she's selling. It says right here, obsessed with @Skims. This is an ad right here. And she probably got paid $70,000 to post this ad. Because she understands how to market herself. So this is the ultimate ad right here. It's a person, it's a demonstration of her using the product, and it's invisible. It doesn't seem like an ad. It looks like, oh, this is just something that she posted on her Instagram story and she's actually just recommending this product to her viewers. It's so stealth, but so brilliant.
Yeah. And how many do you think with the 7.9 million likes and the amount of people that follow her and people that admire her, how many people will actually buy that product to emulate her? Mm-hmm. You think Skims would have recouped enough revenue for whatever amount they paid Kylie? Yes, exactly. All right, this ties in perfectly to the next one. All right, it's the third one. Last one.
Demonstration. So this here was a video that came across my Facebook feed, and it's basically this like little light that you can attach to anywhere that lights up your face so you can do your makeup better. And the whole video was a demonstration of a bunch of girls using it. So that's a demonstration. Just using the product or service so you can see what it's like to actually have it in your hands. It's powerful stuff. I'm sure you've seen Slapshot.
Oh, Slapshot, this guy. This guy is the best at doing demonstrations.
Yeah. So is this invisible? No, it's not invisible. Is there a person? Yes. Is it a demonstration? Yes. So we've got 2 out of 3 components here. We could improve this if we could make it invisible. if we can make it look like a day in the life of the dude who does these, it's just like, hey, you know what? I'm just here in my kitchen doing whatever, making some things, and I'm using this really cool thing called Slap Chop. So what is it? And then it's really conversational. So that's how we would make it more invisible. So when you're looking at what types of images or videos you should use, consider that. Invisible, people, and demonstration.
If you could get invisible people demonstrating your product, combine all three. All right. Okay, guys, that's the 3 fundamental things for images you want to consider for your Facebook ads. We're about to hit the next section, which is what you've been waiting for. But before I do that, I will take time to answer maybe one or two questions about the images. Right? Let's say, if one question is, if a person is demonstrating it, are they required to declare that it's an ad?
No.
No.
Not at all.
There you go.
It's just what would help the ad convert more, because most people will go, oh, this is an ad, I don't want to watch this. But if it looks like a vlogging style, they're more pulled in. They're more pulled into it, right? Like the Keeping Up with the Kardashians, it works so well because it's a reality TV show. It seems like you're part of it, like you're involved and included. But if it's very obvious that it's staged or very obvious that it is a TV show, then you're less likely to be engaged, because there's that degree of separation of, oh, that's not reality, like that's obviously fake. So invisible means that it's not obvious that it's an advertisement.
This goes back to what we talked about, right? Where conversion is very good when you disguise it as content, or you disguise it as part of the platform, right? So that's what part of what visible means as well. Cool. And all of this is great, but Ed, if we can't write scalable copy, what's going to happen?
Their ads will never see the light of day, and they'll be cast away to the side and never hired again, like all the other copywriters out there who cannot write scalable copy. Not only that, their shit gets banned. So pay attention. This is important. Here's where we get into the compliance and scalable copy. It's not going to be complicated. The principles are simple, but they're very, very, very important.
Yes, and they're very common. You'll think they're common sense, but like a lot of people said, common sense has always been common practice. Okay? So 3 big mistakes low-income copywriters make when writing scalable copy. Who's ready for the first one?
Here we go. Here we go.
Me. All right. Everyone's good.
So before we get into the 3 mistakes, let's set the tone. You used to be able to write anything on Facebook, literally anything. You could say, mastermind with other 18 to 24-year-old copywriters like you. You could say, how to make $1,052 by this time tomorrow and quit your job this week. And you could also say, discover the shocking secret behind this eccentric millionaire's dirty money. You can't say these things anymore. Now you might be thinking, but that's good copy, isn't it? Now, sure, it might be good copy, but it's not compliant. It's not scalable copy. And what is scalable copy? Scalable copy is compliant copy that converts. It's one thing to write compliant copy. But they're going to be bland probably. Scalable copy is actually when you mix good copywriting with compliance. And that's what we're going to show you how to do.
So Ed, we used to be able to do everything all the time, right? Write anything all the time. But then like, what happened?
Well, after Father Mark Zuckerberg got into some trouble with Cambridge Analytica and ran into some serious questioning and interrogation, people started realizing that their information was being sold.
Yeah. Do people in the
was
chat? Do people in chat remember this? Want to make sure. Did they all witness this happening?
Mhm.
They
So
did.
people started feeling like their information was being sold. They started feeling like, Facebook was not treating treating them correctly, and people felt like they were no longer safe by using Facebook. So Facebook had to tighten up their rules and regulations. So the very first thing that they did was they removed the ability for us to call out, mistake number one, personal attributes. Scalable copy mistake number one is personal attributes. So what does that mean? A personal attribute, well, I'll give you some examples first, and then we'll explain exactly how it works. Read this headline here. Has being super mom, super wife, and super career woman taken a toll on you? By the way, when you read this, what is implied about the reader? Female, they're a mom. Exactly. With the new Facebook rules, you are no longer allowed to directly or indirectly or even imply people's age or gender. But we'll show you ways to get around this very shortly, so don't worry. Let's go to the next one. Important notice, if you were born in the US between 1912 and 1946, you may have been exposed to this deadly toxin. How to know if you've been affected and what you must do now to get relief. Dear friend, if you're between the ages of 58 and 92, new research shows you may have been contaminated with a dangerous toxin. There's a multitude of reasons why you can't run this one, but why wouldn't we be able to run this one? Age, precisely. You guys are so smart.
Yes, age, and it's like
And location. Actually, I think location is fine. Location is fine. It's the age that's the problem.
It's
Yeah.
just it's assuming too many things that you may know about the person. It's not like it's like this one as a whole, other than the age, which is what we're focusing on right now.
Yeah, it's just
There's way too much wrong with this.
yeah, but we're
Facebook.
focusing on the one thing that applies to you right now.
Of course.
And so basically the goal of it is Facebook does not want people to go, holy crap, how do they know that about me? That's the last thing Facebook wants, because that's the problem they ran into, right? With the data breach of Cambridge Analytica. So Facebook wants to avoid having people feel that way. So that's why they've tightened it up. So ads cannot directly or indirectly imply the reader's race, ethnic origin, religion, beliefs, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, medical condition, including physical or mental health, and financial status. And there's some new ones that just got updated, such as criminal record too, actually. Yep. So do you see how we can no longer advertise, are you sick and tired of being poor? Because, well, that, goes against financial status. And you can't say, are you, 40 and single and overweight? You can't do that anymore because that's a physical disability. So let's play a game. It's called Which One is Scalable? Hey, I see some people saying this is a lot to take in. Hey, this is what you asked for. Alrighty. Which
It
one is
is
scalable?
a lot of overwhelm. Yes. Okay. Told you personal attributes. You can't make people feel like they're being spied on,
Mm-hmm.
even though sometimes I still feel like I'm spied on by Facebook. But let's go through a few examples. You guys are going to be able to pick which one is, and we'll figure out why it is scalable versus why it's not scalable. Hopefully, it'll help you guys get more clear on what's scalable copy and what's not. Sound good?
All right, they're
Great.
ready. Let's get into this.
Let's go to the first one.
So we have two options here. What other single moms in their 40s want you to know about taxes? Or what single moms in their 40s want you to know about taxes? Which one is scalable? One or two?
One's at the top,
Two's at the
two's on the bottom. Ooh, this one, actually, Ed, when you first showed me this one, I got tricked into one. I didn't get it right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be curious if the other people.
Which one is
Which one's
scalable? This is not a trick question, by the way. This is not a trick question.
Yes.
It's one or two. The first one at the top or the second one at the bottom?
A lot of ones, a lot of mixes. A lot of mixes.
We're split 50-50 roughly.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
all right. Reveal
all
it.
right, here is the shocking truth. There's only one word in here that makes the top one not scalable. Can anybody tell me? Yep, other. Excellent. Why is that? Other implies association and implies the reader is also a mom in her 40s. Exactly. It's the same thing as saying single moms in their 40s like you want to know about taxes. That's the only difference. But if we it's just a statement that says what single moms in their 40s want you to know about taxes. It could, anybody of any gender, any race, any age could be intrigued by that, but obviously a woman who's in their 40s would be more inclined to read it, but it doesn't specifically say other and imply that you are part of that group. So age and gender identity are the two reasons why the top one, number one, is not scalable. Let's go on to the next one.
Next one.
All right. Number one, are you sick and tired of being poor? Versus how to make your bank teller wonder what you do for a living. Which one is scalable? I see everybody saying number two. That is correct. Now, why is that? Because are you sick and tired of being poor? It calls out their financial status. If you're poor and you're reading this, you go, holy crap, how does Facebook know that about me?
It's also creating and adding to a negative experience for the user as well. If somebody scrolls into an ad and it says, are you sick and tired of being poor? It's going to make them feel like shit, and they're going to probably get off Facebook, or they're going to report the ad and give it negative feedback. And that's going to make Facebook not want to show the ad.
Yeah, so the thing with Facebook is they want to create an overall better and more positive experience for the viewer, which is a whole other topic.
Isn't this what we kind of got a little bit in trouble for because we're so blunt and direct?
That's what we got in a lot of trouble for. Yeah.
So, yeah. So we used to follow a lot of old school copy stuff, and like that while the fundamentals remain, we had to completely, this is what we're teaching everybody, right? We had to learn how to do this through trial and error, because in December of 2018, we call it the adpocalypse, where like everything got shut down. It wasn't just us. It was like every single influencer on the internet got shut down that day because they completely like changed and upgraded things. And this is why And now I don't want you, I think this is probably the best point of this whole class that I could say this and emphasize this. Do not demonize Facebook or think it's bad or whatever, because it's one of the biggest blue oceans for you guys to write ads for and to learn so many things. But just embrace the way that Facebook is and accept the fact that nothing is sacred. It'll just make it easier on yourself. And furthermore, this being able to write scalable copy in the way that we're trying to introduce to you guys tonight is literally the difference between setting yourself apart from all the other copywriters and not, and getting paid and not in a lot of cases, because, you know, being able to write copy in a much more creative way, it's truly special and something that you guys should not take for granted. And it's like, just think about more creative ways to say things, because to be honest, there's so many people out there. No, you can't say broke either. So there's so many people out there that are claiming like financial freedom and all of these things, that if you write for anybody like this, it's not even going to help your client stand out in all the noise. You have to make it sound way more unique. And I would always suggest going deeper into the pain than just financial pain, because if anybody here is from HTC, you'll know that financial pain is what level? What level is it? There you go. It's a mixed bag of tricks. So, but the point is that it's not deep enough. It's like, because at the end of the day, people are sick of being poor, which makes it so that they can't buy pay for their kids' college tuition, that they can't go on the vacation that they promised their wife 8 years ago, that they've been struggling to save up for. It's that kind of stuff that you guys want to get onto that level and be more creative with your advertising. But in rant.
I agree. Excellent.
Awesome.
And
Ready?
I was gonna say, one thing I want to point out is it's not okay. So here's the thing. It's not that we can't use the word poor or broke. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we cannot imply that the reader is poor or broke. So for example, instead of saying what other poor people are saying about this, it's just what poor people are saying about this. You can still say that because you're not implying that the reader is poor. So it's not so much what you say, it's how you say it.
Or if you want to do, because a lot of times it's hard when you get into contrasting statements. Like we've had some trouble with like doing rich versus poor stuff, because then people will identify with one or the other, and then that also gives it a negative experience. That this is a great opportunity while we're on this subject to talk about leveraging story posts. You can say that you were poor, like you guys have seen some of the ad examples tonight, where the ad is basically like, I was broke and like my Ford Escort the door didn't even work. My mom had to climb over the seat, stuff like that. That is perfectly fine, because you're only talking about yourself. But through telling your story, other people can identify with you because they're probably going through the similar things.
Yeah, there's telling your own story, or the story or testimonial of one of your success stories or product users, is one of the best ways to be compliant and still make pretty solid claims. Because you could say, oh, they did this result, not you will get this result, which we're about to get to in just a second here. So we know that number 2 is the scalable copy, because we are not implying that they're poor and we are not making a non-compliant claim, which brings us to mistake number 2.
I got one more.
There's one more. My bad.
Yep.
So, all right. Which one is scalable? Number 1, number 2. Having a hard time dealing with diabetes, or how to get your blood sugar under control. Everybody say number 2. Oh, I see a couple number 1s. What is it? What is it? Number 1, number 2, 0. This is not a trick question. The answer is number 2, because we are not allowed to directly call out or imply somebody's medical condition, physical or mental. So by saying the words your diabetes, we are implying that they have diabetes. Anybody could have blood sugar. Well, everybody does have blood sugar. So we're not directly calling out a medical condition. If we were to say, actually, a lot of my buddies who do a lot of diabetes supplements on Facebook, they only talk about erratic blood sugar. That's the compliant way of saying diabetes, because you're not directly calling out or implying the diabetes. I mean, you could say the word diabetes. That's not a problem. Again. So yeah, so for example, how lifetime diabetics are taking control of their erratic blood sugar levels. You're still talking to the same people, but you're not implying that they have diabetes. Does that make sense? The word your is okay. The word your is okay. We just can't directly call out the medical condition. You can still say diabetes. You can say a disease or a condition. You just cannot imply that the person reading it is afflicted with it.
It's very subtle. It's a nuanced thing. You have to be very careful about how it, yeah, exactly. It's about making that connection. You can't make that connection, right? You definitely cannot say if you have diabetes.
And you cannot say, do you hate having diabetes?
No, yeah, like you guys can't say that.
But you can say people with diabetes often feel blah, 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 blah.
And
that's okay.
Yeah, whatever. Definitely.
Yeah, so as long as you do not imply that they have diabetes or they have a medical condition, it could be depression, it could be cancer, it could be foot fungus, whatever it is. All right, let's go to the next section.
Yeah. And you can use stories and be like, oh, I remember how hard it was to get my blood sugar under control. Have to do tests every few hours, make sure it was good. So telling your own story can help out too.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Next one.
Misleading claims. Now, Mr. Zuck is very smart because he does not want to get sued for having people making misleading and outrageous claims on his platform. So you cannot have ads that have claims that are deceptive, are false, misleading, that set unrealistic expectation. So what does all this mean? Deceptive. Now, these are all up to personal opinion, right? So an example would be, how to make 100K in the next week. Obviously, that is an outrageous claim and not something that you want to be saying. So you have to do what I like to call make claims that win court cases. So what does this mean? If you make a claim, so for example, how to XYZ is a perfect example of a claim. How to lose 5 pounds in 5 days. That's a claim. Is it believable? If somebody took your pill and went to court and they said that they took your pill, but they did not lose 5 pounds in 5 days, would you be sued? Yes. So the goal is to make claims that win court cases. But if you say that, you can create a body that is that you're actually proud of, a court case cannot sue you based on that claim because that's up to subjective opinion. It means a different thing to everybody.
Do you want to show a couple
very subtle nuances?
Do you want to show a couple examples? Maybe that'll make it more clear.
For sure.
Right.
So for example, we cannot say, imagine that our bodies are houses with all the lights on, then imagine the lights winking out one by one, but it doesn't have to happen. Dear health conscious friend, if somehow you could make sure that you never die from cancer, never have another heart attack or stroke, never get strangled by pneumonia or emphysema, never fall victim to Alzheimer's, if none of these illnesses ever killed you and you avoided freak accidents, then you'd live 10, 20, 30, or even 40 extra years. And on the following pages, I'm going to show you how. Now these are crazy deceptive claims. So that is not scalable copy. That's not compliant copy. So what could we do here instead? And instead of saying never die from cancer, we could say something along the lines of support a healthy lifestyle that reduces the risk of cancer. Or I guess I wouldn't even say cancer. It'd be like reduce the risk of erratic cells, or whatever the terminology would be. So we're not implying that they have the medical condition or the illness. We're just saying that they'll be able to support a healthy lifestyle, right? Yeah, reduce the risk of early death. Yeah, okay. Never have another heart attack or stroke. So that implies that they have had a heart attack or stroke. So we can't say that. So we could say have a healthier heart so you can see your grandkids grow up. Do you see how that's a subtle shift? We've said the exact same thing without saying the same thing, if that makes sense. So both of the two things we just said imply that you will look, because people don't want to die because they want to live longer, right? So if you are somebody who's reading this and you are a grandfather, you want to see your grandkids grow up. That's why you spent all these years working. It's the benefit behind the benefit. That's what I call it. So if you want to make a claim on how to make more money, and instead of saying how to make more money, it would be, how to, pay off all of your college debt in cash. How to make your bank teller wonder what you do for a living. And the funny thing is, when you start writing copy this way, your copy becomes more compelling because you're digging deeper into the benefits and the pain. Because instead of saying, how to make more money, it's how to pay off your college loans, how to, give your kids the security and the financial support they need to have a good life. Or it means get out of all the debt you got yourself in. It means no more sleepless nights about whether the lights will go out tomorrow and whether your kids are going to, well, that's not compliant, or whether you're going to be able to put food on the table.
One of the main things that you guys are noticing is it's really hard to shift non-compliant copy that was purposely written in a non-compliant way and force it into being compliant copy. So when you guys write stuff specifically for ads, and it's not just Facebook, it's Google is very strict as well, that you guys have to really focus on writing it specifically for that platform in a compliant way. And then it'll be so much easier than trying to, weasel non-compliant copy into compliant copy. In Instagram too, yes.
Precisely. So really, it's the benefit behind the benefit. And when you can, think about it, it's the secret desire. That's all this really is. It's the secret desire. Instead of, here's how to make more money. If you're marketing to fathers, it's be the man that, you always wanted to be. And that can't work because that's not scalable, because you call them out directly for being a guy, right? So now do you see why most copywriters have a very hard time writing scalable copy? So you could put, Be the hero of the family. That's a good one. Very, very good one.
Do you want to do the next one?
Yeah, let's do the next one.
Okay. How to turn a 25,000 IRA into $500,000 or more. Millionaire's secret to get retiring richer faster.
Is that compliant? Is that scalable? No, outrageous claim.
Outrageous claims. All right, this one's pretty obvious. You're not gonna 50x. What is it? Like 20x?
Something like that, man.
Right? Yeah.
Point is, it's not compliant, not scalable,
Oh my god.
because it's just a ludicrous claim.
Yeah. This next one. Okay, this is pretty funny to me. All right. How a doctor reversed her husband's Alzheimer's disease in 37 days. All right. So there's 2011, it's 2019 now. There's been no well-documented cures for Alzheimer's. There's some progress, but to make claims like this, Ed, would you say that's compliant?
No.
No, it's not. It's not scalable. You can't run this. The people who are selling the products are going to be very sad. They're not going to pay you very much. So your mind is not compliant. All right, let's look into, let's play the game. So which one is scalable?
Here we go.
Here we go. Top one, how to make $1,052 by this time tomorrow and quit your job this week. How to stuff your wallet and create lasting success in your life and business by leveraging what you love. One or two?
Two. That's right.
Love them tutus. Exactly. Ed, now why is one not scalable?
One is not scalable because it's a specific promise, a dollar value, an income claim that if you were taken to court, you would get sued. If someone can prove that they did not make $1,052 by this time tomorrow, you could not really defend that.
So you're saying that if we were in the courtroom, I was a judge, you're in Zuck's place, and I say, Mr. Ray, you claimed that this gentleman could make $1,052 on your ad, and yet he did not. What is your defense?
Your Honor, it's not my fault. It was my marketing manager. He told me to put this. It was my copywriter, because he doesn't know how to write scalable copy. But boy, I'd be willing to pay somebody who does know how to write scalable copy so I can get out of this mess.
Well, after you pay off your fines and go to jail for a bit, then you can come out right out and hire one of our HIC students.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, that case will not hold up in court, right? People are scared to put non-scalable copy out into the market because it's not just Facebook won't let them run it. They're actually legally obliged to it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And guys, I know the concepts of scalable copy, it's not the sexiest. It's not like, oh, this is gonna convert so much. It's very necessary though. It's very, very necessary. And I'm not sure how to convey it other than like going through it yourself when you can't run the things you're writing.
Mm-hmm.
When you spend so much time on writing the ads and it can't even run it, it is a horrible, horrible feeling. All right. So who's ready for the next one? The next guess. Great. So next one. Ed, do you want to read it?
Let's do it. Build an incredible body you're proud of to show off at the beach versus lose 5 pounds in 5 days with this super pill. Which one is scalable?
Ooh. People are learning fast.
They're learning fast. Smart
You're
bunch.
learning fast with scalable copy.
That's
Yes.
right.
Number one.
No, why is
Number
that?
one's great. Because number two, it says, gives me a specific claim, right? Lose 5 pounds in 5 days with this super pill. When in actuality, what if it's just a regular pill? And 5 pounds in 5 days, that's a specific claim. If anyone doesn't actually lose 5 pounds in 5 days, then again, you find yourself pretty bad shape when a judge asks you the question. So you could do something like maybe how this 40-year-old man lost 5 pounds in 5 days by taking a pill. That could be a story. Would that work, Ed? Would that be better?
I believe so, Blake.
That's better, but still quite risky.
Very risky.
In case you guys hadn't noticed yet, I've got to watch what these guys write all damn day. Because they write stuff. Oh man, it's so funny. So yeah, no, but that's okay. That's a bit better, especially because that's an advertorial style. Especially if you guys push them to like a blog article about it or something like that, and you are telling a story about the person, then yeah, that you have a high chance of that going through.
I think that, Blake, like, even though you're hard on us, I think it's better to anything that's even slightly risky or it might get banned or like rejected is a waste of time. It's like, imagine like you're the client, you only got like so many days in a month, and your ad gets disapproved. After 3 days of like being reviewed, it gets disapproved, and then you got to go back to the copywriter. It's a weekend. The copywriter is like spending time with their family, and then they get back to you. It's like 1 week later already. It's just a big waste of time for everybody.
Yeah, and like actually, somebody was asking who makes this decision or who's checking these ads. The algorithm will automatically detect. Sometimes, as you're inputting your copy into the ad, it'll tell you you can't say this, you can't say that, and what will usually happen with something like that's a little bit more risky is it might get through the algorithm, and then a little bit later on, all of a sudden it'll go into review again, and then it might get disapproved because it gets manually reviewed by a person. And they literally have a checklist in front of the computer. If it violates anything on that checklist, they will take it off and ban it.
And guys, don't think you can outsmart Facebook. So Blake went to the headquarters. You guys heard about it. They have an internal Uber system. They hire the smartest people from the world, and they put 20 smart people or even more in a room, and they say, you can't eat until you figure out how to stop these people from writing non-compliant copy. You think you're going to outsmart those people when they put their brain power together? Not a chance. Just work with what Facebook wants you to put on their platform. Right? Cool. Ed, you think we're ready to move to the next one?
I think so.
Okay. Put yes in the chat if you're ready for the scalable secret number 3. Yes.
Excellent.
All right. Cool beans.
Now, Facebook wants to really increase the user performance and user experience of being on Facebook. So another big copy mistake a lot of copywriters make is clickbait. Now, what do we mean by that? This is a direct quote from Facebook. Ads must not contain misleading ad positioning, such as overly sensationalized headlines or prompts for users to inauthentically interact with the ad, and leading people to landing pages that contain minimal original content and a majority of unrelated or low quality ad content. What the heck does that mean? Well, we're going to show you. So, ads cannot contain overly sensationalized headlines. So, oh my gosh, like you will not believe what I just saw. Like, you ever seen those like BuzzFeed articles where it's like
It's like,
seven reasons why Daniel Radcliffe is secretly an axe murderer. Number 5 will shock you. You know, right? Like you can't do stuff like that. Or like you can't. I can't believe how skinny this pill made me. Right. So basically, anything that you would see in a tabloid, you'd probably not want to use that. You just don't want to use these over exaggerated and hypey words and headlines. You also don't want to use overly sensationalized prompts to get people to click the ad. So for example, that's number 5 will shock you, right? So here's some examples. New reports claim vitamin E is dangerous and deadly. Is vitamin E safe? Now imagine that was the headline of a Facebook ad. Sure, you'd probably click it, but that's clickbaity as hell. And they do not like that. Secrets of the filthy rich. What these billionaires are hiding. Would you click this? I would, but it's really, really, really clickbaity.
I love how Mark Zuckerberg's face is on there, and you're trying to run this on Facebook.
Exactly right.
a filthy billionaire.
Jeez, yeah. So be careful of using overly hyped words or concepts in your headlines, or actually in any of your copy, because it could get flagged. Like if you do stuff like the shocking, amazing, incredible secrets of the world's best high-income copywriters, you just like, sure, okay, you're probably gonna get the click, but that's just tabloid copywriting.
I think people get it now. Over sensation. Yeah, that's a big word. Sensationalized.
Sensationalize it.
Over sensationalized. Over sensationalized.
Over sensationalized.
I can't say that 3 times fast. Damn. All right. I'm not gonna try. So, which one is scalable? Let's play our favorite game. Favorite game. You guys ready? Okay. Here we go.
Power-packed household fruit supercharges muscle gains without packing on the pounds. Or, OMG, look at this weird fruit that made me gain 7 pounds of pure muscles in 2 days with 5 exclamation points.
There's 6. I think if it was 5, it'd be compliant though.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. Just kidding. Do not take it seriously.
Yeah, everyone's saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
I like those ones. It's good for numerology.
Cool. I wonder, like, but do you think? Why do you think this one's the first one's compliant and second one's not?
Well, the first one's compliant because I wrote it. Very simple. So, anyways, the reason why is, number one, it is, as you guys could probably tell, the tone of this is very like advertorial style. And it's also, if you notice the second one, and a lot of these ones that are non-compliant, you can see that one of the very common things that makes it non-compliant is promising a number given result within a specific time frame. Because like we used the example of going to court earlier, if somebody does not gain 7 pounds of pure muscle in 2 days, like you made them believe, then they can technically take you to court and sue you for it. And that's why Facebook doesn't want that on the platform, or Google. So when you look at this other one, power-packed household fruit supercharges muscle gains without packing on the pounds, you're basically just telling people, or like you're only selling them the click to go to the article, the landing page, the training, whatever it is, that's going to tell them what this household fruit is, that helps to supercharge muscle gains and also does not put on a lot of fat. And like Patrick just said, it also plays on curiosity as well. So does that help explain?
Yeah. I'm just wondering what that household fruit is now.
Well, you have to click the ad, dude.
I bet it's an apple. I don't know.
Everybody wants to know the fruit. That's great. That tells me that this is a good headline. And we didn't have to go and stoop down to the levels of non-compliance to sell you guys on that click, right? So like this is turning into a serious thing now. So see what I mean? This is why you guys don't have to even worry. Fuck compliance and like trying to like struggle and make these bold clickbaity claims like these unethical people. If you guys are selling ethical products and helping real people who are passionate about what they do and get truly amazing results for their clients, you do not have to stoop down to be non-compliant just to sell something. You can just be authentic, legitimate, and forthcoming about what you're doing and do it but like, you know, obviously you want to use a unique mechanism and you want to structure your offer very well. All those things that we've taught you guys along the way here. But at the same time, it's like, if it's something good and the offer is solid, you don't need to worry about being like having the supposed crutch of being non-compliant.
That's why we call Blake Captain America. Integrity, honor,
all the rules,
authenticity. There you go. All right, next one.
Let's do the last example. 7 reasons why you shouldn't brush your teeth. Number 7 will shock you with only 2 exclamation points. That's probably compliant this time.
Yeah.
Versus, when my dentist told me to stop brushing, I was confused, but then he explained. Which one is scalable?
Mm-hmm.
Number 2.
Number 2.
There we go.
Wow. They are fast learners for scalable copy.
Dang, everyone's a professional here.
Professional. That's good. Top 3 reasons. So you got it. Number 2 is right. Number 1, overly sensationalized. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Now, I'll go for Ed. Sorry.
Scalable copy is more nuanced. So normally, to really get it down pat, you would have to test multiple variations, risk getting yours or your client's ad account shut down, and risk even losing your credibility. That's rough. But
especially like if you, even if you mess with one client and that spreads, you'll soon find out that the marketing world's a bit smaller than you think. That people know people, and if you have a good reputation, it spreads well. If you don't have a good reputation, it also spreads faster than you would expect it to. So, yeah, that is something I want to say. All right.
And not only that, it'll be a hard time to get more clients as a high-income copywriter. So that's a pretty big issue that a lot of copywriters are facing. But let me ask you this. What if we just used the problem agitate solution formula on you to get excited for this next bonus? What if there was a faster, easier way to write compliant and scalable copy? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the high-income copywriter family, we would like to introduce to you the complete compliance checklist. How to scale without getting your ads shut down. This is the actual checklist that we use internally and something that we use to make sure that all of our copywriters are writing compliant copy. We've given you a lot today. We've given you the concepts. Now, of course, we want you to implement. We want you to take action. So take action. You write your first ads. You come back. You look at the checklist, and it will tell you whether your copy is compliant and scalable or not. So that's our gift to you.
Who's excited for the checklist? Yes, this took us a long time and a lot of money to get these insights. It's not something you're going to be able to figure out by Googling it on Facebook, looking at their database. through trial and error, a lot of sweat and tears. And we're gonna ask you to please do not share it.
Yep.
Please do not share it. We don't want this out into the marketplace. It's your competitive advantage when you go out.
Yep.
Right? We have to keep it within the family because, as you know, with market sophistication, if more people know about it, too many people know about it, it becomes a Me Too thing.
Yeah, it loses
right.
its effectiveness.
Yes. So keep this for yourself. Keep it safe. Don't share. Can we agree on that? Please put a yes in the chat.
And by the way, when we say that we spent a lot of money on this, I fucking mean we spent $8.5 million testing all the methods and theories and strategies inside of this bonus for you guys. We've literally spent $8.5 million on Facebook. We've tested, and I've personally written hundreds of ads only on Facebook, testing these theories to give you what's actually working right now over the course of 6 months, at least. So a lot of these people who are lone wolves trying to be copywriters on their own without being part of HIC, without being part of Sifu's world, and without the ongoing mentorship, and with Team Dan Locke, these lone wolves, they have to figure that shit out by themselves. They don't have an incredible team. They don't have the resources to try out all of the methods by themselves. They don't have $8.5 million to figure this shit out.
Yeah, like one of the things that's surprising the most when I came onto the team a year and a bit ago, it's like just how much testing we do and how much like leading edge information Team Nightlock has. And like when I came out, there was just like the amount of information we get from testing and learning ourselves. It's so it was mind blowing before. It's normal to me now, but when I first came onto the team, I was like so surprised how much you guys do, how much we do, right? To actually get all this information. So yeah, that's scalable copy. That's our compliance checklist. Are you guys ready for the next section? Yes, perfect. Let's go. And Steven and Blake, before we move on, Ed, any last comments about scalable copy?
You should just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Breathe in scalable copy and exhale.
Zuckerberg. No, Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg.
Oh my God.
Breathe in.
Scalable copy. Zuckerberg.
Yes. Zuckerberg.
All right, let's get it. Let's get into it.
Cool beans. Let's get it. Boom. Trap bots. We are going to be learning next about chatbots. We talked about email, landing page, ads, and chatbots. And this is the last pillar for us. So what's really interesting is we taught you a lot of copywriting fundamentals in emails, landing pages, and ads. And while they're all different mediums, a lot of the copywriting principles actually transfer over to them. So you'll see that a lot of you've learned a lot of fundamentals that's going to take you pretty far already, right? But let's look into why chatbots are such a powerful medium too. Okay, and the thing we're going to be focusing on with this module, it's called ManyChat, right? So Ed or Blake, do you guys want to talk a bit more about ManyChat, why it is that we're focusing on it?
Well, Blake is the ManyChat master here, so I will let him divulge that information.
Sure. So, okay. The first thing I do want to say is that, to be honest, out of all the pillars, ManyChat is probably the easiest one. Because if you guys have ever sent a message to your friends, or it's got to be that conversational, a lot of the times you don't even need to be that like sly about your copy. It should come second nature to you, especially if you find yourself to be a personal person. But if you also are somebody that's maybe a bit more introverted and you're not that extroverted, but you get deep connections with people, then leverage that in your Messenger or ManyChat chatbot copy. And I know we're featuring ManyChat here, but realistically, you can use a lot of the features inside of Facebook itself. And if you are super awkward, then use that to your advantage too, as long as because you're always gonna be writing copy in the voice of the client anyway, so don't worry about that too much. But it's like, if you are a little bit, shy over text messages and stuff like that, then it's like, just have fun with it and take a more conversational, questionable approach to stuff like that. So ManyChat is a chatbot service. You guys can look this up after class, of course, at manychat.com. But basically, the reason why this tool is so powerful is because it's literally becoming one of the fastest growing mediums. It's now the second most popular Apple application for like the iPhone. I believe it's the second next to Facebook at this point. Tons and tons of traffic being sent there. And the best part about this, now pay close attention, this is the best part. Next to nobody even knows how to use it, how to sell it to clients, how to write it. It's like businesses, if it's such a blue ocean, it's like, you guys will be in the water and wondering where the hell everybody is. Like it's such a blue ocean. I can't even emphasize that enough. So with that, let's move into the next slide.
Boom. So basically, ManyChat, it's marketing through Facebook Messenger. Who here uses the Messenger app on their phone? Me. And do you talk to your closest friends and family through Facebook Messenger? Some yes, some no. Good. All right. So the stats show more than 1.3 billion people use Messenger each month. So even if you personally don't use it, 1 in 7 people in the world do. So for the numbers, this is a market to get into. All right. That means a lot of people there, and a lot of people use it for more intimate conversations. They talk with their friends. They talk with their family here. And like as Blake said, it's one of the more it's one of the biggest blue oceans out there. So just to give you guys more context on how ManyChat actually works, it's how do you actually opt in for it, right? So one way is through landing pages, right? The landing pages you write, instead of a email you give them, you could opt to choose to get it through Messenger, right? So send Facebook Messenger, that's one way. And another way is within the Facebook platform itself. It's if you can comment on a post or an ad, I believe, you can actually trigger it with comments. So if you comment on a specific post, So this one specifically says, comment MVP and I'll send you a pro basketball scoring workout. So a lot of people are saying MVP down below. So once they say it, they're going to get met with a message inside their messenger. Does that part make sense? Yes. Cool. Good.
My personal favorite, because it's a double whammy effect where if you use this in an organic post and you just like, if you have a comment trigger, comments are worth more with the Facebook algorithm. So it can actually take a lot of the engagement, throw it right onto the ad, and then Facebook will give it a higher relevance score and want to serve the ad more. It gives a lot of social proof to the ad. And then at the same time, you're generating leads right inside of Messenger, which is extremely powerful.
Yes. And that's to add to that, like these are the benefits of having the chat. It's more intimate. You get more clicks and engagement. And it's a new form of connection with your audience. So I know a lot of you are going to have questions more about the technical side of this, which is this is what it looks like on the back end of ManyChat. It looks a bit confusing. It's not. It's very, very simple. But we're going to get into the technical side a bit later. We're going to provide you guys with a resource. And the training is very easy, but we're not here to focus on technical side because that's more simple to learn. And once you guys get it, it's not something we need to spend time in class for, but we're gonna give you resources so you can actually learn it on your own. Is that cool? Because in this class, we're actually going to be focusing on the strategy behind it. Is that okay? Great. So we're gonna be showing you guys the 5-step money now ManyChat formula. And the difference between ManyChat and let's say ads, emails, and landing pages, the difference is that you can't write a bunch of copy on its own without interaction with the other person, right? Because when you chat with someone, you say a few lines, they respond to you, and then you say a few lines, they respond to you short. It's like a bunch of short little interactions back and forth. Do you guys see the difference between this medium and let's say email? Yes. So while the psychology is the same, the way we communicate it is a slightly more different because you can't go into monologue state. You can't like just send a huge block of text to somebody, right? If you do ever send a huge amount of text to somebody, is either you're really mad at your significant other or they're mad at you, right? Those are only times those actually happen in the text. But for our purposes, we're going to be showing you the 5-step, what we call money now ManyChat formula. The 5-step sequence. So in ManyChat, instead of writing a huge block of text, you write sequences, small bits of sequences, 5 steps. And this is exactly what we use internally in our ManyChat right now. And is what we use to convert leads that come into our ManyChat every day. ManyChat subscribers every day. Are you guys ready to learn about this? Great. So Ed, you want to start breaking this down? Okay. Blake, do you want to do the first part too?
I can help out.
Yeah.
All right. So the step number 1 is to welcome them, because now, just so you guys are clear, the reason why you want to welcome somebody to a ManyChat flow is because most of the time they're going to be opting into something, whether it's clicking a button on a website or, like we showed you in one of the examples, doing a comment trigger. So if they commented MVP on that basketball post, if you just say, like, you know, here's the link. That's just like, it's like, oh, well, what the hell? Like, there's like no connection made there, where, and instead, if you want to welcome them first, like, and you can actually use like dynamic fields, so that you can actually say like, hey, and like you put first name. So it could be like, hey, Chantel, you know, like, thanks for writing MVP on my post. Here's the free training that I promised you in that post, and I hope that you love it. Just click the button below to get the training right now. And then boom, and then you have the button there. But you want to reaffirm that they're in the right place. Then the second thing you want to do is give them whatever you promised them, and then tell them that they can expect to like get more information, more content, stuff like that, by being subscribed to the chatbot. And then you always want to give them an option to unsubscribe. If you fail to give people this option, sometimes you can run into compliance issues with Facebook too, because it's actually something that that Facebook wants you to do, is make sure that they have the option to unsubscribe, exactly like it would be in an email. Because almost every single email you've probably ever seen says, hey, do you want to unsubscribe? It's super small text, but it's there.
Yes, and it all goes back to just creating a positive experience for someone. Nobody wants to feel like they're kind of locked into messages that they can't unsubscribe from, right?
Exactly.
So the next one is going to be the actual example we're going through. All right, step one is going to be welcome. And this example is going to be if someone opted into, let's say, a real estate training, right? So with the welcome message would go Samantha or their name, right? Yeah, in actual mini chat, you will be able to put their name field there. So whatever their Facebook profile name is going to be put there, right? So Samantha, here's the link you requested about how to get started in real estate / link. Once in a while, I'll send you information, breakthroughs, and other things on how to start making money in real estate. If you don't want to make more money in real estate, feel free to type unsubscribe at any time. So here's how it will look on an actual phone. Right? So there's a welcome message. You can read it again in that form. Samantha, here's a link you requested about how to get started in real estate. To click on the buttons that says your gift, and that's going to be the real estate training, right? Once in a while, I'll send you information, let them know what they're expected, if they keep subscribed. And if you don't want to get more info on how to make more money in real estate, feel free to type unsubscribe at any time. Give them an option to unsubscribe, all right? And just one caveat, don't just notice this, the profile picture, it's blank. That's just how it shows up in the ManyChat preview before you send things. So don't worry about that. So that's the welcome part. That's first step. Dope.
All right. So step number 2 is the question. Because you want to make and start the conversation. So you want to ask permission to send them more information to help them get closer to their goals. So this could be something like, you know, want to know the next step once you find your first property? I put together a free training on it. You know, it's like, it could be anything, like going back to the basketball example. You know, if I, you know, I'm thinking about shooting a free training on how to perfect your dribbling technique or something like that, or like your free throw technique. You know, would you like me to send you that video when it comes out? And this is the best part, is you can automate this, that it sounds like it's happening in the moment, but you've actually already shot the free throw, like the free throw training or some other training about investing in real estate property. And it's already queued up and ready to go, but then you just set the timer to go tomorrow. And then they're like, oh shit, this is great, because you've already asked them. So they're expecting it in advance. Do you guys see what I'm getting at here? Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. It's cool because you can do the, you know, little dots when people are like texting, you're waiting for them to text. You program those into the ManyChat as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so this is how it looks. Want to know want to know the next step. Once you find your first property, I put together free training on it, right? Then step number 3 is give them value, right? Blake, you want to talk about this one?
Sure. Yeah. Well, you always want to give value, especially in an interpersonal communication mechanism like Messenger or ManyChat or whatever. So, and you also want to follow through on what you promised them. So whether it's a comment trigger or it's a link or like a button on a website that says like, click here to get the free training, and then they click and then you don't send them the free training, then you kind of miss the boat. And the free training is ideally going to be your converting mechanism to take that person from a lead to a prospect or a buyer or whatever, right? So you want to give them this promised tool or training, and you just do it in a very conversational way. You don't need to be super hypey about this at all, where you're like, this is like the top 10 things you got to know to perfect your free throw and become the next Kobe. Make sure you get this training right now. It's just like, hey, you know what? I've actually shared a lot of this really cool free throw techniques or real estate investing strategies with a lot of my private clients. And you can get instant access to that just by tapping on the button right below this message. Bam, done. And we got another example here too, don't we, Peter?
Yep.
And it could be this simple. Here's a link to the real estate training. And then I want my training. You notice it's written in first person. You could do, take me to the training, take me to day 1. If anybody here has done the 4-day training series, stuff like that, you've probably seen stuff like this before. And the cool thing about this is that the buttons themselves, you can put emojis on them too. So whether it's the response that you want, you could put like a right pointing finger that's pointing towards like, click here or click there. You could put it, anything that you want. You could put a little basketball emoji there if you want to. If it's the basketball training, you could put a house there because it's real estate investing. And for this example, tons of stuff that you could do.
Yeah. Then the next step
is the close. So you want to give them the opportunity to check out your paid product, program, service, or better yet, get them to book a call. So just because you sent them to the training that you promised them does not mean that they converted into a customer. And it doesn't, and if they don't, then that's a missed opportunity, right? So you also want to give them the opportunity, because you never want to make an assumption that somebody who clicks to a landing page, website, funnel, anything, sees every button that you wrote and reads all the copy that you've written there. It could be just that like they're in a rush, they watched the training video and then they took off. And then the next day, you just want to offer them the opportunity to check out what you have, especially to, dive into the offer that you're selling. And feel free to show the example.
Yep. So I can do this one. Like, yep. Sorry, this is one. What did you think of the video / training? Do you want more information like that? I'll show you what it looks like on here. So what do you think of the video or training? Do you want more information like that? And now you can have 2 options for them. They can reply now, they can interact. And when you interact with something, you're basically giving them a small yes. Anytime you can get people to comply with you in the small doses, they're more likely to say yes to you in the future. So it's like an old sales tactic that people use. They say, get people to say 3 small yeses before asking for a big yes. The psychology behind that is valid, but I wouldn't use it in such a manipulative way, right? But this is just to give people a chance to interact with you. So, hey, what do you think of the training? Do you want more information like that? Yes, of course. If yes, great. Check out this 7-week real estate course I got for you, right? Sure. And they will go into it. They go to another landing page. So if they click yes, they go to a landing page, which sells the 7-week course. If no problem. I'll send you cool stuff on how to profit from real estate from time to time. Get an option. So this is the close, the first close. And lastly, we have the follow-up. Right?
Just like in sales, just like in email, closing high ticket deals, whatever it is, you always want to make sure you follow up and remind them of the value of your paid product and answer any questions that they may have. Because a lot of times, you know, people just have a couple questions, or maybe they're not sure, or maybe they just, you know, they were busy the last time you messaged and you just need to check in on them again. So, Peter, did you want to run through the example for this one too?
Yeah. So the first question, it just says, hey, maybe, and you probably want to set this up not the same day you just send them the course. You probably want to set this up maybe like a day or 2 days after, right? You never want to come off needy. You never want to come off like you need the sale, right? So just, did you get the product? Yes or no? If yes, then excellent. I look forward to seeing you in class. If no, then we give them an option. Hey, maybe they have an objection in their head and you just need to answer. Would you like to book a call with one of my students to hear what their experience has been in the program? And then we give them a second option. Yes or no? All right. Yes, it's great. You can book a call here. And they book a call, get on a call one of your advisors or your closers, and then they close. If no, then we just let them know, hey, no problem. Not everyone's ready. Once in a while, I'll send you advice on how to fund your dreams with real estate. And that's Money Now, ManyChat sequence. And we create them together. It's pretty simple, but it's one we're executing. And Blake, I believe we're doing this with the FU Money lead magnet, right? That's the first training.
We have a bunch of these, and you know, just to be clear, it's funny because we've actually, without even entering a contest, we actually won a ManyChat best sequence contest that like I saw somebody have once, and I think we ended up in like the top 3 or 4 best ManyChat sequences out there, rated by some influencer who was like looking through a bunch of different messenger sequences.
So we won the contest without me entering it.
That's right. That's a new one for us, but you
That's
know
how you know you're good.
it was really cool. So we've got this running for FU Money, HTC. We've got HIC stuff running. We got free content. We got Wealth Dragons. We've got quiz funnel. We got tons of stuff because it's just a great medium to bring people in. And if people are already using something, don't try to force them to use something that they're not. Like Bing. You know, it's like get the people where they are, right?
Yeah, and guys, if you want to, I know this looks simple, but go to our page, go look at what we're doing. You'll see how simple it is, and you'll see that it's working for us, which is why we do it. We're not complicating something that's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right, so that's what we're teaching you. We're teaching you exactly what we're doing internally. So would you guys like to create one together? Okay. And as always, before we create any piece of copy, we gotta know who the prospect is. This one, it's gonna be a college student. Not Brad, unfortunately. It's gonna be Alex. Chad, Brad, and Alex. Alex is the odd one out, right? Maybe I should have called him. It's funny. We have someone here who's on our team. His name's like Alex, but his last name is like Rad something. So we call him, like the production team calls him Rad. So it could have been like Chad, Brad, and Rad. But for this example, let's call him Alex.
We should have done that.
Oh my God, that would have been good.
Yo, Alex, Brad, and Chad sound like a couple frat dudes who love hitting the gym together.
Yeah, man. And they all lost interest in their major, and they're all looking for an alternative. And okay, so our college student friend, Alex, he's lost interest in his major. He's looking for an alternative. He just doesn't want to work a typical 9-to-5 job. Okay. And let's say he went up to the landing page, went somewhere on the internet, and he found this. Are you bored in class? free training, how to get your first copywriting clients so you never have to deal with lame profs and classes again. And no, you don't need a degree, previous skills, or any experience. And send to Messenger. So this is what the button would look like for you guys. If you were to ManyChat and you were to get the button and you were to embed it somewhere on your website, this is what it would look like. Don't worry about technical stuff. That's all covered in that training we'll be linking you guys to soon. Okay. And here we go. We click on this. We do step 1. Welcome. All right. Already one in the chat. Hey, Alex, here's your free training on how to get your first copywriting client. You got it. Boom. Alex, here's a copywriting cheat sheet you requested. Once in a while in this chat, you'll receive copywriting tips. How to get your first client, how to never have to put up with lame classes and professors again. If you're interested in staying in school and you're following the traditional 9-to-5 path, just feel free to unsubscribe. Simple. Welcome message. Give them what they requested for. Okay. Step 2, ask them a question. Further the conversation. Ed, you want to read this one?
Would you like to check out a free training on how to have an incredible, fun, and rewarding career as a copywriter? You don't need a degree, any previous skills, or any experience.
There's an ask a question. That's number 2. And then you give value. Step 3. There's a sequence. Great. Here is the link to the ultimate copywriting career training. Right. And guys, if you're trying to figure out, so step 1 is welcome. You give them the gift. Step 3 is value. You also give them the content, but there's a psychology to what type of content you should be giving them, right? You should always be thinking, okay, what you give them in the first part, the welcome message, it solves one particular problem in their life. Then when you give them the next thing, here's what you want to be thinking. You want to be thinking, okay, if they solve this problem, what's the next problem they're going to be facing? Right? What's the next problem they're going to be facing? So let's say you're a copywriter, you're getting clients. We give you the first training on how to get your first copywriting client. And then they're going to be thinking, okay, maybe to get the first copywriting client, maybe then the value is, hey, do you want all the legal documentation that's included with acquiring your first client? Because, you know, you got to invoice them, you got to do a scope of work, you got to do a statement of work, you got to make sure the scope is right. All that is a headache. What if you just gave you a template for it? Right? You anticipate the problems coming up next, and then you give them the value front. So always think about what's the next problem you can solve for your customer, and that's how it's sequenced. Does that make sense? Good in the chat. Yes. Number 3 is the value. All right. Number 4, the close. Ed?
Yep. Would you want my help, my personal help, to become a high-income copywriter so you can escape the traditional path and write your own destiny? Yes. Dope. Click here to get all the details on the HIC program.
You know I wrote this one, eh? Right. So if they say yes, they go to the get all the details. If they say no, no worries. Once in a while, you'll still receive updates on copywriting tips, like how to get your first client and how to never put up with lame professors and classes again. Then step 5, the follow-up. Once you set it up, hey, did you get into the HIC program? Yes, great. I'm going to see you in class. No. Well, would you want to book a call with some people who went through the program so they can answer any questions you have? Now here's another option. You give them yes or no. Yes, here's a link to book a call. And you give them the right emoji. That yes, book a call. So they're gonna book a call, talk with one of their closers, get all their questions answered, and join if it's a right fit. If no, all right, I see it's not for everyone at this moment. I'll keep sending you copywriting tips and tricks every once in a while. Does this make sense? We just wrote our first 5-step Money Now ManyChat sequence together. It's that simple. But if you know your market, you've done your research, this could be very, very profitable for you. Okay? Did that help? Did I help you guys understand everything? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Good. Okay. That is what we have to say for ManyChat. It's a very simple sequence. That's it. It's a very simple, straight punch you guys can use to for any client, right? Go ahead, check out what we're doing. You'll see it's followed a very similar structure to this. Mine won't be exact, but it's very straightforward. It's very similar to what you guys learned today. It's what we do internally. And Ed, Blake, anything else to add?
No, I think you did a great job.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that, like, don't set any of this stuff in stone and, like, don't, box yourself in. While this is such a great, simple, straightforward, fundamental sequence that you can follow, every single product, client offering that you guys have or write copy for is going to be different. So a great way you can think about it is like, it's like if somebody came up to me and said, like, if I went to a public place and said, hey, I have something that can help you with this. Does anybody want this? And then somebody goes, I do. It's like, think about, it's like ManyChat is like an in-person kind of a real life thing where it's like, if that happened and that person came up to you, what would you say? You'd probably say, oh, hey, like, whatever. Hey, Derek, great to meet you, man. Like, here's the training and here you go. And you would hand them the training or the video or whatever. That's your button inside of ManyChat, right? And then it's like, you would probably be like, you know what? If you want, I'll send you some bonus stuff to go along with this tomorrow, if that's all right with you. And then Derek will be like, sure, of course, that'd be great. And it's sweet, man. So, what's your number? Boom, bang, boom. You got, and you can actually ask people for their phone number inside of ManyChat too. There's so much cool stuff you can do. But let's say that now their hypothetical phone number is their ManyChat opt-in that they've subscribed to, right? And then it's like the next day you just send them a text. Hey man, what did you think of the training? Did you need any extra help? No, thanks, I'm good. Or yeah, you know what? I would love extra training. Cool. Well, I also put this together. And at the end of this video, you can also reach out to somebody on my team who can help you get some one-on-one coaching with some of my top consultants that can help you accomplish XYZ outcome like you told me about yesterday. Boom, bang, boom. It's all, you guys see how it's like just think about it like a natural conversation that you would have with somebody. Not that I recommend that you go out in public and start shouting that you're going to help people out and who wants some help.
Not a bad way to get clients though,
Yeah.
All right. There's a question in the chat about how do you get people to opt in to ManyChat? Okay, so it's pretty simple. There are many ways to do it. In the training we'll be providing you guys, there's probably like 8 or 9 different ways, but the main ways are either a landing page where there's a button, you click it, Facebook asks, hey, are you sure you want this person to be sending you these messages? You click yes, and you're in the sequence. You're in the Money Now, 5-Step Money Now sequence. You could also run a Facebook ad. And the Facebook ad, instead of the call to action being going to this link, right? Remember how we wrote ads? instead of the call to action being a link, the call to action is comment blank below. And whatever word you put there, let's say comment, I'm a high income copywriter below. You set those as trigger words inside ManyChat. So whenever someone comments on that specific post, says I am a high income copywriter, they go into the sequence. They go into the 5-step money now sequence automatically. So you type in the comment on Facebook, and boom, your messenger pops up like, hey, here's the training you requested for. Here's the link. Right? Does that clear things up a bit for people, in terms of how people get opted into it? Okay, good. And there are going to be a lot of other questions I know you guys have. These are going to be a lot of technical questions, and you can, and people asking what are things something you cannot do on ManyChat, go through this course. They're pretty good about teaching you everything you need to know. There are some things that they're going to put up, like, even when you set it up incorrectly in ManyChat, they're going to guide you like step by step. They'll say something like, hey, you can't send these many messages within this span, or you can't promote to this list. But they're pretty automated, and they will basically show you what to do, what not to do. And it's pretty clear guidelines. So
this course is free too, guys. Like it's all free. ManyChat does is put it all together for you guys to make all the technical side of things as simple and easy to follow and learn as possible. So you guys are definitely going to want to go through this, but I believe we have some important announcements, right?
yeah. So, well, before we get into important announcements, just a quick recap. So today we went through the Facebook ads, went through the Facebook images, the attention grabbing secrets, the scalable copy.
We also went through the 2 lines rule.
Yes, 2 lines rule. And we went through the ManyChat, the 5-step money now ManyChat sequence today. Did you guys learn a lot? Yes. Are you guys going to go through the replay to make sure you catch everything else? Good, good, good. So week 6 done. And we have an important announcement before we talk about anything else. You're going to receive an email at the same time, the class replay with your unique link to upload a video testimonial. And you might have already gotten it. If not, be patient. It will be sent to you. You have about 2 weeks after to complete the testimonial with a deadline in the email. As a thank you, you're going to receive a t-shirt in the mail along with your certificate. It must be through the unique link for us to receive it. So don't email it to support assignments, through unique link, right? And yeah, Tina, is there any details I might have missed, or is this good?
Yeah, that's good. Just to let everybody know, when you click on the link, sometimes we do get a common question of asking whether you can just upload a video. When you click on the link, you directly do a testimonial. So there is no video upload. So again, please don't send it to support. Just make sure you click on that link and just do a genuine testimonial, how you truly feel about the class, and come from the heart. It doesn't have to be professional, if anything, just really how you feel from your heart. That's going to really be what resonates with people.
And some people are saying like they got the certificate link, but not think about a testimonial. If
that's going to come with the replay class. So
okay,
yeah, just watch out for that. Got
it. Cool. Everyone clear on that in chat?
And I see some people asking about, oh, I haven't got any booms yet. What do I do my testimonial on? Just talk about your experience with the HIC family, how it's changed your mindset, how it's changed your relationship, some of your own personal wins. Like Hadi could do his personal boom on the $140,000 charity, right? or it could be you closed your kid on like you used your skills to get your kid to go to bed on time, or you got a brand new level of confidence in your life when things weren't going so well.
You redid your Tinder bio and you got more matches.
Hey, you know what? That's a completely acceptable option too. I got that.
Yes, we help relationships too. Okay.
High ticket dating coming soon to a seafood near you.
Exactly. High ticket dating. Only high ticket people allowed. All right. That's an announcement. And if you complete your testimonial, you get one of these. Remember?
Boom.
Boom. Just a reminder. Look how comfortable and smooth we look. Blake looks jacked. Team looks great. Seafood looks great. All right. Wouldn't you guys want one of these? Wouldn't you guys want to represent and let the world know you're a high income copywriter? Don't you want the world to know that you write your own destiny? Don't you think you'll feel a lot more aligned with your self-image as a high income copywriter if you spot on one of these? These are good. Great. 1 billion %. And yeah, you'll have the option to choose your size, so don't worry about that. In terms of size, I don't know, Tina, do you know if it's like regular size, if it's a bit smaller than usual, or like, is it?
Yeah, so the option size will be as soon as you send it, there it will be there. So for me, for example, I'm wearing an extra small, and then yeah.
Okay,
So,
sounds good.
yeah, it's pretty regular.
Yeah, it's pretty regular. So whatever you usually order, just it'll fit in the same size. And yeah, don't forget about the danlockshop.com. There are the other t-shirts you can order right now if you want. Right, there's stickers you can put on your laptop. There are t-shirts, eat, sleep, hit, repeat, all that stuff. Take a look, see if you like it. And now, let's get to the important weekly assignments.
Hey, Peter, one quick thing is I see some people asking about where the compliance bonus will be.
Mm-hmm.
It will be inside of your Kajabi
Mm-hmm.
when you receive the replay email.
Okay, that sounds good. Step 1, shape your world with new words. Every day, are you still reading the HIC Creed? Affirmations. Are you hand copying HIC Creed once a day? Do you start your day off with the attitude of gratitude? Middle of the day, do you watch a millionaire mindset? Before you go to bed, are you programming your subconscious? Good. Good. Remember, these are the 1% improvements. These are the hits you take every day for the rock cutter, like I said, right? These are the repetitions, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 99. And you'll feel like sometimes the results aren't there. But when you get to the 101st hit, man, it's going to feel like a whole new world. All right, so keep doing that. Immerse yourself into Sifu's teaching. Rewatch this week's class. And replay, because we did go through a lot in this class. And also binge watch, Netflix, and chill. Minimum of 10 videos a day. What's the minimum? 10. Exactly. Dope. Especially the ones on copywriting, high ticket sales, and productivity. Even the ones on like selling to the affluent, those ones are really cool, really good too. Read at least one book, advertising book a week, right? Make sure you're applying some of the principles too. So if you're reading Made to Stick, how can you apply it? I see a lot of you already posting in the Facebook group with great stories. It's good. You're using the principles. It's great. One Sentence Persuasion. That book has one of the most applicable principles I know. So read One Sentence Persuasion. See how you can use one of the 5 5 tactics they use in there. Oh, there are 5 ways to persuade someone. Number 3 is going to shock you. Blake's going to kill me because that wasn't compliant, but you're going to do it. Right. Number 4, read compliance checklist bonus and Facebook ad policies. So now you have a checklist. Start looking for reasons why some old school copy are not allowed on Facebook. And see if there's a way you can take the same idea and make it scalable, make it compliant, make it something you can run on Facebook and other platforms. That's step 4. Step 5, write 3 Facebook ads and 1 ManyChat sequence. So we've shown you the 6 different types of Facebook ads. You pick 3, you write it, and we want to use a 5-step ManyChat, Money Now ManyChat formula to create your first chatbot sequence. Okay. And number 6, fill out the Culture Index survey. Culture Index is a personality survey that helps us refer you to the right kind of copywriting gigs. Right. So we want to make sure you guys are the right fit for gigs if we refer you. So go to this link, hicstudent.downlock.link, to fill it out pretty fast, 5 to 10 minutes. And if you need to take a screenshot or write down the link, take a few seconds to do so now.
This should be in the email as well, though, following up, right?
Oh, that'd be, yeah.
It will be, yes.
Okay.
And just for a quick reference, though, make sure that you guys do the survey on your desktop if you can, because sometimes the mobile version's a little bit buggy. So, take the time to load it up on your computer or your laptop or whatever, and just make sure that, dedicate, 5-10 minutes just to, take your time and answer it honestly. And we look forward to helping connect you guys to the right kind of gigs.
Mm-hmm. And complete this free ManyChat course. Sign up for this. It's free. Go through all the lessons, learn technical side, how to create ManyChat sequences. I feel like the people who are really technical, they're going to geek out on this. There's so many cool things you can do. I was putting different GIFs and videos just to make it it gets really wild. It gets really wild. What we showed you was simple and profitable, but if you want to geek out and be creative with it, that's something you can do too. Okay. That's step number 7. Once you guys do all of these, submit to assignments, high-income copywriters. Any admin technical questions, just email support@lock.com. And guys, that is class 6. Class
Ooh,
6.
What a class.
6
What?
out of 7.
Ooh, what an incredible class.
The energy today was great. I think we went over 80% attendance. We'll have to find out in a bit. But I think we're doing a good job. We might unlock the bonus class. 8. Mm-hmm. Well, I said might, but yeah, you guys can prove me wrong. Class 6 out of 7. How do you guys feel? From week 1 to now week 6, do you feel like you know a lot more? Not just about copywriting, but human psychology. A lot more about marketing. A lot more about persuasion. Clear lens. Just a lot more powerful when it comes to convincing and persuading someone. And this is just something I wish I had when I first started out. To be taught with a foundation in the beginning, to be taught with actual battlefield tested concepts, not just from people who were once good as a copywriting and now they're not really doing any copywriting, they're just teaching it. It's, yeah. Ed, Blake, do you have any last words before we call it a class?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you guys will find it helpful too, you guys want to see a cool mini chat sequence, I can drop a link in the chat right now. I just made it in the background. I don't know if you guys want it though, you know, as a gift for attending and staying all the way to the end of class. And I'm
Hey,
just
Blake.
making sure that it still works, you know.
Hey, Blake, why don't we put that in Kajabi too?
Yeah, we could do that.
Let's do that. Let's do that instead. Let's do that instead. So they have to wait for it.
All right. No, you know what? Why? No, let them get early access to it.
Kajabi.
All right. All right. Sorry, guys. You can blame them, okay? I wanna show you guys the love, but they're holding me back, you know.
No, it's just because like people have to drop off early, right? And they're not on Discord anymore. It's not fair to them.
Yeah, they're not gonna know.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. You know, don't worry, guys. Time, go through the mini chat training and start messing around in there. You guys will have tons of fun. And then when we do send you guys all these resources, you guys will even be able to understand it even more and have a blast with it.
Yeah, guys. And in class 7 next week, make sure you come. Graduation class.
Graduation
Important
day.
things. We're going to teach you a lot of valuable information to help you complete as a high income copywriter. Wrap up all the loose ends, right? Teach you one of the most, a lot of powerful information coming next week. And see if you has teased at some things. I'm pretty excited.
It's some good stuff. I've seen it. It's some good stuff.
Yes. So make sure you guys show up next week and yeah, just bring the energy, right? Anything else?
That's it for us today. Thank you for tuning in to the High Income Copywriter channel. And remember, you write your own destiny.